You're unmuted.
Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Benzie County Board of Commissioners. Today is February 14th, 2023. We're in the Frank Walter House boardroom. Roll call, please.
Cunningham.
Here.
Knott.
Here.
Markey.
Here.
Nye.
Present.
Roloff.
Here.
Sauer.
Here.
Worsakki.
Here. We stand for the invocation and the pledge. Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Benzie County. I ask for your guidance with the decisions we will make today. Please keep all of our public safety personnel safe and free from harm. I ask this in the name of your Son. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Welcome on this Valentine's Day morning. Glad to see you all here. So for you that forgot, it's Valentine's Day, so make sure you take care of that later on today. And for the commissioners with this new audio system, try to stay 6 to 8 inches away from your microphone. The folks can hear you better. And if you would, anybody sharing under public input, could you please introduce yourself when you come to the pedestal? We have an agenda in front of us.
I'll make the motion to accept the agenda as presented.
I'll second that with just brief discussion, if I could.
Yes, sir.
We have only one item on the afternoon agenda, and I'm just wondering if we get done at an early enough time with the morning one, if we could maybe try and tackle that instead of everybody having to come back a couple hours later for the second meeting of the day for the one item on the committee of the whole.
I think that's a fair question to ask. I would turn first to Tammy. If it runs into your lunch hours, I know you have people you have to relieve. What does that do to your work day?
I can arrange it so it won't be an issue.
Okay, I'd ask the same question.
We won't have an issue.
The agenda item that's on this afternoon, in your opinion, how much time should we devote to that?
Last year, we devoted about 3.5 hours, and that was why I did put it as its only item on the afternoon, is because of the length of time it took.
I think my comment would be in the documents that you provided to help us discern what the goals should be, to do our homework before the meeting. The strategic plan in itself should be a goal to update. And so it might not take quite as long if that were the goal. If we're doing goals separately than the strategic plan, we may want to talk about that.
Yep, you guys updated that just before I came on board in April of 2021. Typically, strategic plans are once every 5 years, but I would agree with Commissioner Nye that there are quite a few things in that strategic plan that are already irrelevant.
So what I heard is we should be preparing to work on the strategic plan before we tackle goal setting.
Or we could make them one and the same if that's what the board would like to do.
Are we prepared to tackle strategic plan today, I guess is where I'm headed, which I don't think we are.
Based on the goals that we had last year, I think we could still have a conversation at the end of session today, if there's time, to address how we how we accomplished the task last year, if they're still ongoing, and if there are things we wanted to add this year. I think the updating of the strategic plan, I'm told required outside assistance last time it was
Correct.
done. I was not here for that. So I don't think that's something, I think it's something we'd have to put more planning into it to accomplish.
I believe you guys used outside agency for the first one, but not for the update in 2021. You guys did that in-house with Mitch.
Yeah, the original one we did with Tim Irvin.
Yep, you had an outside consultant
That's
and then
Evans and
Mhm.
whoever Tim worked.
just the update in 2021 was just with Mitch, just before I started.
So
To try, and if it goes too long,
let's follow up after this meeting. 15-minute break and then go right into the committee of the whole. And we'll bang it around a little bit and see what we can get done today without being too lengthy and in preparation for a second meeting on the same topic.
The only thing I ask, and we've had this conversation publicly, is as we're looking more forward over the next 10 or 20 years, going through the strategic plan, I see that there's some items in there that we thought were important in 2017 and then again in 2021. And I want to make sure that we don't shortcut the process just because we want to move along.
I think it's important to look at that stuff every couple of years, just because time changes. And as long as we keep it in front of us and fresh, then I think we can be more productive. That being said, we have a motion and support plus this discussion. If there's nothing else, all those in favor say aye.
I,
Aye, opposed? So moved. Minutes from the 24th.
Jeanette moves to approve as presented.
9 seconds.
Motion and support. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Brings us to our first public input. Anybody that would like to share in public input, please step up. Nice. We'll close public input and move on to finance. Request payment of the bills of $667,967.21.
I'll make that motion. Second. Oh, go ahead.
Motion by Tim, supported by Gary.
Just a couple of questions, if I could, and bear with me as I go through the packet that became my highlights. That feasibility study that we had ordered through Merit, oh my gosh, a year or so ago, we're just paying that now.
Yeah, we just got the bill for that right last week when we did bills.
And we did get the final hard copy or the final product on that for us, right?
Digital, yes.
Okay, that's fine.
They did knock off $5,000 as well from the original approval.
I'm looking under central services, postage. And it's the third item down. It says FP Finance Program. I'm not sure what that means. And I see that we paid postage twice. Oh, I see. That's targeted to pay March 1. Never mind.
Mhm. We've had an increase in postage lately, and so typically we're in a rhythm of doing a check every so often, and we were running low, and so we had to make a postage payment using a credit card to get the funding on there, so we didn't run out of postage.
Thank you. That's all I've got.
We have a motion and support. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Jeanette,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
yes,
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
motion carried.
Brings us to elected officials, department heads. Ms. Van Antwerp?
Morning. Barry Van Antwerp, outgoing Executive Director, Benzie Area Christian Neighbors. I wanted to just first off take a minute to thank everybody on the commission and even in the audience for all of their support over the last 14 years that I've been with Bacon. So many of you have advocated for our neighbors, opened doors for us, and just provided support in so many ways. So I just really appreciate that. And I'd like to introduce Sarah Lee Sullivan, Bacon's new Executive Director.
Morning. Thank you for having us. I'm thrilled to be here this morning representing Benzie Area Christian Neighbors. I'm originally from New Hampshire and have a background in nonprofit finance. I've also served on several nonprofit and municipal boards. So I have an understanding and appreciation for all of the work that you do, and I look forward to us working together.
It's nice meeting you. Please reach out if there's anything we can do to help.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome aboard.
Jerry, you did a terrific job there.
Thank you.
You've left yourself a great legacy.
Well, and the community really.
Thank you. Move on to action items.
Nope.
Oh, any
Oh,
other
all
department
right.
heads and elected
Greg
officials?
wanted to say something.
Oh. Any other elected officials? I'm sorry. Okay. Now we'll move on to action items.
Better be careful.
I know,
The undersheriff.
I know.
The first action item that we have before you is regarding the EMS Advisory Committee. I did provide a lengthy memo for you describing what I'm requesting today. At the last meeting, as you know, the Board of Commissioners established an ad hoc interview committee or an ad hoc committee to discuss the EMS Advisory Committee. The advisory committee, as it stands now, is just not functioning in a way that's efficient and effective for Benzie County. The history of that committee was established to, get to an ALS service and, do certain things. And it really, we've accomplished the goals, or the goals are just not there anymore. And the makeup is rather large and interesting. We have 2 staff members who serve on that committee, which I'm told by legal counsel could present a problem for collective bargaining outside of the agreement. So what the recommendation was of the ad hoc committee was to essentially put that board on pause or disband it so that that committee, as well as staff, can do some due diligence on the committee to decide a purpose, the future, a goal for that committee. The committee is not statutorily required. It's a committee that Benzie County put in place specifically for the millage. So that was our thoughts, is to kind of give us some time, about 6 months, to, decide what's the effective makeup of that board, what are some goals, what's the purpose of the board, or is the board even necessary to have before we move forward. We had Mike Mead at the table, Tom King, as well as the ad hoc committee. Mike Mead serves as the chair of that committee, and he's been on that committee for quite some time. And he echoed the sentiments of the committee as it stands now doesn't serve much of a purpose, that what the committee was first tasked to do, it's already done.
Just for some background information, Mr. Mead was one of the original people who started EMS in Benzie County.
Correct.
So he's been involved with EMS since its inception in Benzie County.
Mhm.
And prior to,
Yes.
when Paul Elver Hospital had the first ambulance in the county, and Mr. Mead was part of that one as well.
And he agreed that, right now the meetings aren't very long. We've canceled the last couple. He suggested that meeting bi-monthly was more than appropriate, if even that. And so he agreed that if this is something we're going to have going forward, we need to reestablish that committee with a true purpose and a goal and functions.
I just want to make sure that it doesn't get lost, that we do follow up on this.
Yep. In
Absolutely.
my memo, I said about 6 months, I thought would give us enough time.
Would it be appropriate if we asked Tom to come to the podium for a question or two?
You may.
Tom, I'm only familiar with the committee by virtue of sitting on this commission. I've never attended a meeting. So tell me, as your role having to manage that function, what's your opinion on either disbanding or suspending that committee?
Well, what I can tell you is when I came in 4.5 years ago as the director, one of the first things I did was ask the committee as a group what they wanted, expected of me on a monthly basis to provide to them as for information. And nothing was really given back. There was nothing there. Essentially, that meeting serves as a means to make, if I have capital needs, like if I need to buy an ambulance, I start by going to the advisory committee, get their approval, and then it goes to the next step, so on and so forth. So that actually delays the process, sometimes considerably. If I can't get to a meeting after that meeting for another month, then I'm 30 days behind and trying to get approval on a capital piece of equipment. That would be the main purpose of it. Sometimes these meetings are 15, 20 minutes. By the time you just get through introductions, so on and so forth. There's not a lot of agenda items. A lot of stuff is just repetitive, or it's just talking about things that have continued to escalate or continue, general operations. There's not specific goals or objectives or things that we can work on. And I will say, it is my opinion, and it's no secret, having staff on that committee, I think is wrong. Because if there were, I could never talk about personnel related issues to that committee. Not especially with the union steward sitting there.
I understand the current makeup of it might be more challenging than it needs to be, but when I think of a previous manager that was there, or department head, we had some real issues there that we didn't even know about. But once it became public that we had some problems, the advisory board, at least a couple of your members, pretty instrumental in following up to make sure some of those things got corrected. Are we in a position now that we don't really need that level of attention?
I personally would say that would be the case. Whether or not everybody agrees with me is, I don't know. That would be up to other individuals. But I think we have a fairly smooth running operations. Having the idea of having the current committee on pause or hold while we redesign and determine, do we need some type of committee? Who would be on that committee? What the expectations are from myself and of the committee members to function efficiently and handle any issues and discussions that come forward is a great idea. And at the end of the day, it may be, I have a boss, two bosses, and all of you sitting here. That may be sufficient, and we may be able to put up something simple where, maybe big issues that come up can be handled through a smaller scale and then just brought before this board. I don't know. That's kind of one of the things we'll be talking about moving forward with the ad hoc committee.
It looked like you wanted to say something, Katie, when I asked the question.
I was just going to say that it is a smooth run operation. At that time, I believe when you were referring to, they were horribly in the red and not running effectively. The management wasn't running effectively. And since Tom's taken it over, he's really improved that. So I think that's part of the reason that's leading to this discussion. Specifically to the bylaws that stand for that committee at this current time contradict the original goals of the committee. They also give that committee authority to do things that really is inappropriate, specifically hiring and firing of Tom, making that, that being involved in that process and other things. And so, if it's advisory in nature, they're advising, they're not, making some of these decisions.
It's just for clarification, it's not an authority.
Correct. It's just an advisory. It's not statutorily required, say like the Central Dispatch Board, which is. Benzie County felt that it was appropriate to have this committee because we have a millage and because there was goals for that millage.
The last question I'd have is, Is there any advantage to suspending the committee versus disbanding it?
I believe that my motion is specific to disbanding it.
So back to my question,
So,
if you suspend the committee, you have committee members still. Not everybody's in the wind at that point.
I think the idea and what we talked about as an ad hoc, the idea was to disband it because we may come back and say, this committee, it's appropriate to only have 5 members on the committee. Or we may come back and say 9 is appropriate, like 9 sits today, plus Tom, plus myself. It turns out to be quite a few people around the table. And so the idea was to disband it so that we could focus on, okay, yes, we're going to have a committee. This is going to be its purpose and its goal, and this is what the makeup should look like so that it runs effectively.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And that's what I'm hearing too, Chair, from what you're saying, Ms. Sites, is if you redefine the goals, there may be a purpose. And I see Tom is kind of agreeing with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another, if I may, another thing that this meeting did was gave agencies that worked with Benzie EMS the ability to, because they all sat on the advisory committee, the opportunity to have the conversation with Tom with regards to how things are going. However, that's also accomplished. We do have a monthly chiefs meeting that all these agencies are involved with as well. So it's kind of like doubling up on that aspect. So at one point I did have concerns with disbanding that we would lose that, but I'm like, we already have another forum for that to occur anyways.
You have another forum, and the communication in between the county and the other agencies has improved tremendously. And there isn't a day that goes by that Tom isn't on the phone with another agency regarding something. The communication lines are much better than they used to be in the past, is my understanding. And so there's not really a reason to wait for this meeting because those conversations are already happening.
My only concern, I'm going to address it, him. Or like Thompsonville EMS, are they on that or are you just the fire chief?
Nope.
Okay. all right.
Thompsonville EMS does, our fire chiefs meeting also includes Tom and Thompsonville EMS. And we actually even invite like National Park Service is welcome to come. We've actually asked the undersheriff to come in the past. I think he has once. So yeah, we actually have all the agencies that we interact with. We actually frequently ask them to come.
My only concern was everybody should have a voice.
Yeah, Thompsonville EMS, Elmira EMS, they're definitely involved. Yes.
Mhm.
I believe Elmira has a person at large.
Elmira has a person at large as well as, I believe, a member. There's quite a few Elmira representatives on that committee at this point.
Just one.
The only one I know at the table is Mary Dort.
Okay. And you.
There's a commissioner.
The fire chief would be on
Mhm,
chief's.
Fire representative is how
Fire
it's stated in
representative.
mhm.
in the past, the fire chiefs just said, here, this is the person we wanted. And the advisory board said, okay.
Mhm.
Looks like you did your due diligence. With that, I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners disbands the EMS Advisory Committee to allow due diligence to be performed by staff and commissioners to determine the purpose, possible outcomes, membership, and the future of the EMS Advisory.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and support. Roll call, please.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham.
Aye. Yes.
Okay. You're not?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Item C, establish an ad hoc committee regarding Benzie Housing Committee.
You missed the bylaws.
Pardon me.
Central dispatch bylaws.
Central dispatch bylaws.
The next item is an amendment to the central dispatch bylaws. They're pretty minor edits, housekeeping edits. But after the Central Dispatch Committee or Advisory Committee approves these bylaws, they come to this board for support of that approval. And so that's what you'll see in here. If you have additional questions as to why these changes are being made, Director Ellis is here to answer those questions.
Katie, I want to say that I do appreciate the way you presented it to us. It was clear what was going to be deleted or added. That's helpful in preparation.
You're welcome.
Jeanette moves the following, that the Board of Commissioners approves the Benzie County Central Dispatch Advisory Board bylaws dated January 12, 23, as recommended by their advisory board.
Markey will support.
Motion and support, further discussion. Hearing none, roll call, please.
Nye,
Yes.
Rolofs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Corey.
You,
Item C. Establish an ad hoc committee regarding Benzie Housing Committee.
County Clerk Tammy Bowers requested this item. It is our understanding that there are no additional funds provided to offer grants to communities, to the community regarding housing needs. And so we wanted to have the discussion of how do we proceed going forward. Now, there is paybacks that are due to the county over the next so many years. Those funds could then be turned around and used for housing needs again, or they could turn into general fund dollars. That would be a decision of the Board of Commissioners. And at this point, multiple members have stepped down from that committee. So it's kind of in the whim. They haven't met very often. It's my understanding that Jean Bowers and both Don Alany have stepped down from that committee. And so we're asking for an ad hoc committee to discuss the future of that committee as well.
Amy Bissell also stepped down.
Yep, correct. Yep.
Just a couple of comments on this. I'm the one that approached both Jean and Tammy about the ongoing need for it. Tammy, I'd ask you to get a hold of the action agency
Okay.
to find out what ramifications there would be if they were making decisions on our behalf. Were you able to do that?
I have talked to them, and they said there really isn't, if we wanted to disband it, we could. A lot of other counties have done that. So,
Some caution, and again, I think it's well worth looking at, but I'm not convinced that we don't have any money to spend. I mean, from year to year, there's money that comes available. And I won't try to get into all the rules with you, that what makes it available and what doesn't. But my last review, we had $800,000 in receivables, which one day will become liquid. I didn't know that there was an opportunity to take those into the general fund. I thought they had to continue to be used for weatherization and other housing projects.
It's Tammy and I's understanding that that's not the requirement.
Okay. Confident in that.
I actually have a meeting tomorrow with Carrie of the Community Action Agency. And so I will talk to her some more about this.
I guess it's my opinion, sitting on that committee, that this is a decision I'd like to see delayed till you've talked to the action agency, because there is going to be requests come through. And for those of you that don't know this, we hired the Community Action, Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency to vet these because they already have the systems in place. And then they make recommendations to our county. Some of it's being used as our money, some of it's coming from different resources. So we've been using them, but they can't make the final decision that I'm aware of, unless we can contractually allow them to do that, which I'd be completely comfortable with. I want to make sure that when monies are available, we can get them out the door and we can get them out the door efficiently.
the only thing is, I think we need to develop the ad hoc committee because we only have 3 members on it. The chair has resigned, the secretary resigned, and Amy, I believe, was the vice chair, but I really don't know because I've gone back to 2010 and that's the last time they had an election. I think the bylaws need to be looked at. I think we really need a committee to even look at this too, overall.
Yes.
Okay, so the idea is to establish a committee to make a recommendation.
Correct. Yes.
Sorry, wasted your time.
Nope.
It's okay.
And what I like I said, I'm meeting with Carrie tomorrow. And so I will then also bring that to the ad hoc committee when we schedule it, just to talk about, what is the future of the housing committee?
With that, I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners establishes an ad hoc interview committee to make recommendations for future of the Benzie County Housing Committee, and that the chair, others to be named, administrator designee, and the clerk be appointed to such committee. I would be happy to serve on that committee. Saying you will too then?
And Commissioner Nye is currently on that committee.
Mhm.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Putting those on your plate.
that's my motion.
So you got
Can I ask a
the
question?
three.
Ma'am,
But
you
just
need
to
support.
satisfy my curiosity, oh, I thought.
Sharon supported it.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Just
Thank
to
you.
satisfy my curiosity, when there's $800,000 of accounts receivable, by what mechanism is that paid back?
There's a couple of, primarily whenever the title transfers, that has to be paid back. These are interest-free loans that are over $2,500. And typically what you'll see is if somebody's needing extended health care and the property is being sold, or there's a death and the property's passing to somebody else, that's generally when those things happen.
Liens are put on the property.
Yeah.
for
And
the
do we
amount.
know offhand, I may be on the committee, but I've never been to a meeting and I'm not privy to how this operates, so forgive me but how many properties are involved to create that amount?
I couldn't tell you that offhand. I
Okay.
do feel confident that the numbers are about right, 800,000,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure the number of units that makes up. But it's substantial.
Yeah, it's about
And-
800,000.
And those monies will become available again as time goes on. The short story is that the rules are, if we get paybacks $25,000 a year or less, you can immediately make it available. And if it's over 25,000, I think we have to wait a full cycle before they're available. And you do have this program has been in force since the 80s. So a number of these properties probably gonna be changing hands here.
Any other discussion?
Did I hear correctly that Commissioner Jeanette, Commissioner Nye will both sit on the ad hoc?
Roll call, please.
You say yes?
Rolas,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes,
motion carried.
Animal control tires, declare surplus and authorize their sale. So the new vehicle that animal control just received, tires are brand new as well, but not suitable for Benzie County weather. So animal control officer checked with the administrator and put new tires on this vehicle. So we have a brand new set of tires that we need to declare surplus and authorize their sale.
And based on our policy, the potential of what we could get out of them, it's above the threshold of $200, which says that you have to declare it surplus before we sell them.
So more likely they'll get put on my bid and the highest bidder will be the owner.
Move that the Board of Commissioners declares the Chevy Tahoe tires surplus and authorizes their sale and disposal.
Thank
I
you.
second.
If you would indulge me, for the public's benefit, Bob, can you tell us what my bid is?
So it's a online auction that is primarily government entity.
So stands for Michigan.
Michigan
you.
bid.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
MI-BID.
okay.
yeah. It's a program that's managed by the state of Michigan.
Right.
And most municipalities list their surplus items on that site, and then the public can bid on them. And then if they're the winning bid, they get the item. That's how we sold the
Recently, and
vehicles.
I don't think Officer Bauer had reported this, but two of the previous animal control vehicles, one transmission, the other one a motor, and those both went on my bid within the last few months and have both sold for an amazing amount of money. I mean, they offered maybe $2,500 on a trade-in, and they sold one 8,000 to 10,000, and the other one 16,000. So it's by paying attention, we offset the cost of the new vehicle by, $25,000 just about. So it was
Mhm.
very well in our place.
Great.
Roll call, please.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
motion carried.
Item E is approval of inmate timekeeping program.
Under Sheriff Hubers is here. He can speak a bit more fluently on this topic than I can.
Morning,
Morning, sir.
Under Sheriff Greg Hubers. The inmate timekeeping system is a system that we've had in place since the beginning of the jail. It's probably referred to by most of the staff or anybody that's worked up there as the pipe system. It's a system for monitoring the inmates in the cell. It's what controls or time keeps our checks of the cells. We are required to do cell checks every hour. That requires a physical check, looking in the cell, making sure when they're locked down, making sure that the inmates are sleeping or they're all secure in their cell. And they have a little pipe that they press on the outside of the door that says they check. That is the only data that that old pipe system records, is that you've put the pipe in the slot and that was it. It doesn't say that these inmates were in the cell. It doesn't say that all was well, or who was in the cell, or what equipment was issued, or if razors were issued. This new system is a cell phone based system. It will not only record who is in each cell, but what items are issued. We issue razors and they're for a very short period of time, usually 30 to 60 minutes. This will tell you that you issued razors 30 minutes ago, and it'll also give you a warning it's time to pick them up. Razors are very important. We don't want to leave those inside of a cell, but they have to have them for shaving. This system has a lot of other functions, some of which we're going to use. If the internet goes out, it will store the data in the cell phone until such time the internet is back up, and then it'll push it into the cloud. So what we're asking in this inmate scribe system, first of all, this will be paid out of the inmate telephone fund. Inmate telephone fund are the monies that the inmates pay to use their phones and video service for visitation. There is money in there to support this and for the 3-year contract. The 3-year contract is the software, basically the cloud storage for the 3 years. The initial cost is $4,400 and then $3,600 per year for a period of 3 years. That includes the training for all of the officers in this new system, the software and the cloud storage of that data.
We already have cell phones up there for the staff, and so there's not an additional cost for any cell phones to utilize the software. We already have county issued cell phones.
So these cell phones going to be used only for this system?
Yes,
Or are
they are provided by the contractor in this. The phone is, and its only function is to
To this.
track that data. It won't have connection to the internet for surfing the internet or playing games or anything like that. It's only to record this.
Good.
What is the duration of this system, the life of it, do you think, for your use?
I would hope that it's going to be a 10-year system. I don't know how technology is going to change in those time periods,
Sure.
or how the layout of our jail is. The last system lasted since the beginning of the jail. I hope that this one gives us 10 years.
Just one question, Greg. Is this going to make the corrections officers more efficient? Is this going to help them? I see it as a help. I just want to see your standpoint on it.
I do see it as a help. It will automatically send out reminders 10 minutes prior to the next check being due. So who's ever carrying that phone and responsible for the cell checks will get a reminder, hey, we have to go do check. It will also record every late check and set a flag where I will know where there's late check. Now, if I want to know if we missed a check for some reason or another, I have to go physically look for that. Now it will give an automatic warning. They can type in notes that say it was a late check because we were wrestling with a guy in receipt. But I know that and I can monitor that. And I really think it helps reduce liability in that they can record that.
Actually, more help you.
It is as a management tool.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
The way you're describing it, Greg, and you said this just a second ago, this will help reduce litigation or at least help us defend litigation.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
We can do a printout and provide that to our counsel if there's any litigation and say, here's our proof. Here's why they were 2 minutes late in this check, because they have to type in a reason.
Anybody else? Rhonda?
I was going to read the prepared motion if we're there. So I would make the motion that the Board of Commissioners accepts a proposal from Cadmus Scribe for an inmate timekeeping system in the not to exceed amount of $4,400 for installation and training, and approves an agreement for annual service and maintenance of the system in the amount of $3,600 per year for a period of 3 years with the option to renew at staff discretion with funds available in the inmate telephone fund.
Markey will second.
Motion and support. Just further discussion? Roll call, please.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
motion carried.
Next is item F, replace service door near Sallyport door. Budgeted at 25,000. This has been on the docket for some time, I believe.
It has. This is the third fiscal year that this has been on our capital items, and we've pushed it back due to other immediate emergent needs. And now it's time to get this done. Originally, when we had this done, we did have 3 estimates, and that was 3 years ago. Back at that time, or 2 years ago, at that time, the bid went to Kyle Harris, who has done some work for us in the past and does a really good job. We just continued with his bid for this process, for his part of it. This is a 3-part bid. It includes the installation, removal of the old door. This is a walk-in door next to the Sallyport. So the garage door that opens up, it's a walk-in door next to it. It's fully encased in concrete. And then it's a metal door that has rusted over time. This door is controlled not only by a key, but from the control panel within the jail. And it functions truly at about 50% of the time right now from the control panel. So it's time to replace this. The 3-part bid includes that installation, the locksmith for installing those locks, and then our electrical people to tie this into the control panel. They not only have to tie it into the control panel, but they have to remove it from the control panel while the installation is happening. And then they come back and tie it into the control panel. So that can be hit by the press of a button at the control panel. These bids with all 3 come to just over 24,000. And I think the request is not to exceed 25,000 in case there's any of those additional needs.
So I make the motion that the Board of Commissioners accepts the proposals from Kyle Harris, Western Detention, and Johnson Controls for the replacement of the Sallyport door at the jail in the not to exceed amount of 25,000 with funds available in the capital fund.
Our seconds.
Motion and support. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Item G is the coal property acquisition. Doug.
Morning, I'm Ed Hoogdorp, representing the Parks and Recreation Commission, and with me is Claire Herman, who is with the Grand Traverse Regional Land Conservancy and knows what she's talking about and therefore can answer your questions in case I can't. We're here to talk about the closing on the county's purchase of the former coal property adjacent to Railroad Point Natural Area on Crystal Lake. This is being accomplished through a grant of about $700,000 through the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund, along with a donation of about $500,000 from the Regional Land Conservancy. This particular property has been subject to a lot of controversy over the years. In fact, the county has paid thousands of dollars over time in attorney fees to fight off legal issues raised by the former owner. Adding it to Railroad Point puts those legal issues in the past forever. And at the same time, it gives the public access to a really terrific shoreline and landscape as part of the natural area. The Land Conservancy has handled all the administrative details for us. And now we're looking for an April 14th closing. We're asking that the county pay the prorated property taxes, which is to say the portion of the 2023 property taxes for the portion of the year that the county owns the property. It will come off the tax rolls for 2024. Additionally, we've learned that under MDNR procedure for trust fund acquisition grants, buyers are asked for a deposit of 10% of the grant costs at closing, with that amount reimbursed as soon as the DNR receives notice that the deed has been transferred and recorded. So those funds would be back in the county coffers within a week or two. DNR apparently considers it a conflict of interest for the seller to put that money down, which means that while the Land Conservancy is taking care of other things, they're not allowed to put down that deposit because they're the seller, and the deposit is to ensure that the property gets to the buyer. So what we're asking today is for the board to approve the process on that and allow the administrator and treasurer to identify available funds for that temporary expenditure. And the tax proration amount would be $17,246.68. And I believe the resolution you have before you would be to take that money from the Railroad Point endowment, been assured by the administrator and the treasurer that there's sufficient money in the endowment to do that. That would require approval also by the Parks and Recreation Commission under the rules of that endowment, which is private money raised by the Conservancy and placed in an endowment for management and operation of Railroad Point. It's expended by the county, and the money is handled by the Grand Traverse Regional Foundation, not the Land Conservancy, but the foundation. Under the rules of that, expenditures out of there must be approved by the Parks and Recreation Commission. So if you were to approve that method, I would take that to the Parks and Recreation Commission at their next meeting, which is the 27th of this month, and ask for their approval. So I wish it was as simple as selling some new tires, but that's what we have, and we're happy to take questions.
Ed, the last time we talked about this, my overall concern was, what did the purchase agreement say? I see from your memo that was no purchase agreement or buy-sell agreement.
Yeah, that's correct. Traditionally in this process, the board passes a resolution to accept the project and move forward with the trust fund agreement. In that case, this has happened. We do have a resolution from the board at the time of application in 2020. And the Conservancy just kind of takes that as the purchase agreement per se, because a later step in the process is getting the appraisal done. So at that time, we don't know what the end purchase price will be. So in the packet in front of you, there's actually a form that's required to be submitted by all grantees of a trust fund grant, which is the offer to purchase with the donation component that the Conservancy is approving.
And just so everyone understands, this particular piece of property came up suddenly when the former owner passed away. And we were all of the opinion that this should eventually, it's an in-holding in the Railroad Point that should become part of that park eventually. But the the Land Conservancy stepped up and purchased it while we applied for the grant to complete that. And now we're at the last stage of that where we would actually be buying it from the Land Conservancy rather than from the Coles, because they stepped up and put in the match money and purchased that. And are now putting up, selling it to us for the state's money, and donating the difference. So it's even more complex than the normal situation here, because we're not buying it from the previous private owner, but from the Conservancy. And that was the plan from the beginning. It was just that they could move quicker.
In the previous resolution, that was silent on how the taxes were going to be handled.
Yeah, that's correct. It didn't address it in the resolution.
Resolution's right here, Margaret. Got it in your packet.
Yeah, this is a very intricate transaction. Do I remember correctly that the Coles were offered under $1 million? It was 900,000 and now the Land Conservancy, the purchase agreement is for $1.2 million. Does this take into consideration the grant portion? How do I understand that correctly?
Sure. Yep. The Land Conservancy purchased the property for $950,000, which is what it appraised at the time in 2020. And then as part of the grant process, we get we paid for 2 additional appraisals this past summer in 2022, at which time the value increased to 1.2 million. So at the time of the grant, the trust fund will cover up to 74% of the purchase price. The remaining portion has to come from local match, which we agreed to do as a bargain sale to cover the local match to the county. So when it appraised this summer, it came back at 1.2, at which time we still agreed to sell the property to the county at the price at which the grant was coming in at, which is the 718,000. So our match and our donation is actually just larger.
And we were surprised to see this morning the $70,000 ask. I mean, this has been a transaction that's been in process for quite some time. So why at the very last day when we're getting a presentation, is this a new requirement or?
It's not. No, I'm going to take full responsibility just for the oversight on that. I was focused on the proration part of it. And the acquisition handbook is admittedly 100 pages long. It's a very complicated process and it's a very drawn out process. So the 10%, which isn't included in any of the forms, because it is a reimbursement, so it's not included in the purchase price or the donation. So yeah, my apologies for not including that at the last meeting and not being here to address your questions on that.
Railroad Point is piecemealed from different property that have been acquired over time. Has the Land Conservancy been involved in any of those? And was that 10% required at that time? And what was the turnaround time to get the county reimbursed on that?
Sure. Yep. We've actually been involved in all of the acquisitions. You can see it in the packet I provided this morning. There's a map on the last page. And it details each property and which grant number it was acquired through. So I believe this is the 4th or 5th. I was personally not involved in any of the previous acquisitions, but the 10% has been a rule since the beginning. This is the first acquisition I've been involved with on the Railroad Point property. So yeah, and this is as for the timeline, this is going to be a speedier process than normal, because one of the requirements to get the reimbursement is to put host Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund plaque at the property. And I got pre-approval from our grant coordinator that since the signage at the parking lot at Railroad Point already has a plaque, that's not something that the county needs to purchase again and fulfill that. That requirement is already fulfilled. So the only piece that we have to submit in order to get the reimbursement is the recorded deed at the time of closing.
Just gonna follow that up. I don't recall in my 6 years, any conversations about a 10%. Along with being taxed for another 17,000 in back tax or
Prorated taxes.
prorated taxes. Thank you.
So part of the timing of this, unfortunately, was pushed to 2023. We were hoping to close in 2022, at the end of 2022, which would have been very minimal prorated taxes for the property. Unfortunately, the way the appraisals were reviewed by the DNR, it took them much longer since it is such a high value property, and there were 2 appraisals that are required when it's over $700,000 in value. So since it is such a high value property and the property taxes are so high on it, that's why the Conservancy is asking the county to pay the prorated taxes from when the property was transferred. Since we've been holding it for a year, we have paid the property taxes on it for 2022. So
I'm asking more directly about the 10% on the total cost. I believe there's at least one other property that locally transferred in, which was acquired for about the same amount of money. And I don't recall any cost to the county on that piece of property.
yeah, I'm sorry, I can't really speak to that. I'm not familiar with.
It's in
the other
Elmira Township, and it's
property.
about 200 plus acres with a small lake.
Woodcock Lake.
Woodcock. Lower Woodcock.
Lower Woodcock Lake. Oh, I don't, that property was not acquired through a trust fund grant.
Okay.
So that's where the 10% and 20 or 90% comes in, is it's a DNR requirement and to receive the grant money. Basically, they're withholding that 10% just to make sure that we submit all of our final paperwork.
And you get a clear deed. I'm done.
You're done. I'm gonna start.
Good.
Because I reread the resolution 2 or 3 times. I don't see any ask at that point in time for any additional funds. Seems redundant to me, for the county to pay taxes on property, using county funds to pay taxes, something that should have been paid all along. Your resolution says you were going to pay it all. That's where I kind of draw the line. We are having a problem getting the grant that we had on the trail cleared up, DNR. And I think one of the requests was we need a picture of a recycle bin down there in Beulah. So one little thing can hold this up. So we're looking at almost 2 years to get reimbursed. I'm still fighting them. And I'm fighting the people to get it done. I'm concerned because you've missed stuff here that we should have known about ahead of time. Not blaming you, I'm just saying that's what was missed. And all of a sudden we get a request and we get an ask. The last thing I want to ask is what kind of stipulations is the Conservancy going to put on that property once it's transferred to the county? The county decides we need the money someday and we sell the whole work. Is that even a possibility? I know what you've done to, I don't know what the outside of the Manistee County line on Joyfield, those hills back in that property. I know what you did to the farmers out there. You really restricted those folks for what they can use on that property, what they can do, stuff like that. So I am concerned where we're going to go from here. And maybe you can address this, maybe you can't.
This piece of property will be owned by the county, not by the Conservancy. Let's make that clear. The Dry Hill
I
property.
understand that, but
They're
they're going to be the owners right now. Are they going to put any stipulations once it's transferred?
I'm sure that buying it through the trust fund, we are restricted to
By
park
the
usage.
DNR?
Yes,
Yeah, it's a
absolutely.
different story. Yeah.
No, we are going to transfer it with a warranty deed that's included in your packet. And there's will be no restrictions other than what Ed had said, the DNR restrictions to keep it in parkland. There is a process too, I should say, that you could sell the parkland. There is a process that you can go through with the DNR, but you have to notify them. And I do believe it requires paying back some grant money.
Just to reconcile this, the taxes that are being recorded in the memo are like 17,000. And on your worksheet for proration of taxes, you have 19,287. What's the difference?
That's to account for the difference between you reviewing it last month and then pushing it to this month. We have to schedule closing 60 days out from submitting these forms.
Okay.
So your portion has decreased because the first proposed closing date was in March and now it's pushed to April.
Got it. Okay. So if we pushed it to July,
It would decrease.
Let's push it till October.
I should say too, the end of the grant agreement is May 31st. If we go past that point, we would have to apply for a year extension.
and that 10% at some point in the future is paid back to the county.
That's correct. It's so the process to do the closing is that the trust fund will transfer the 90% of the grant funds to an escrow account with Bell Title, and Beulah is handling the closing. And then once the requirements are submitted with the recorded deed, then the money is transferred directly to the county. It does not go through escrow.
And do I remember right that you've applied through your committee, you've applied for a grant to improve that parking area down there
At the outlet?
at Railroad Point?
Yes, at Railroad Point and the outlet, that grant has been approved, still needs to be officially awarded by the legislature, but it's been approved by the trust fund. And again, that's a $300,000 grant. And these folks have pledged $300,000 in matching funds for that. And we'll be starting on plans for the final design and an RFP and such as soon as we get this one off our plate. And I would just, as an aside, these two things, the one that Commissioner Janat just mentioned, plus this coal property, really complete this terrific park on Crystal Lake, and as a real service to our residents. And we're looking forward to making this more accessible. And I think it's just a great thing that as some of our members point out, will let us as Park and Rec get this done and start looking maybe at some service for the rest of the county.
But there's no doubt in Benzie County, this open space, these parks, that's a real attribute to our community. That's one of the reasons why people come here, which feeds our economy. I think that we're fortunate that at the end of the day, the property, the only real expense we'll have in it is some litigation costs that we've had over the years, which couldn't be avoided. And the taxes that come back to the county anyway, the county benefits from that. With that, I'm prepared to make the motion as written. I am going to add something at the end, Tammy, that the Board of Commissioners approves the payment of prorated property taxes for acquisition of the coal property in the not to exceed amount of $20,000 with funds available to Railroad Point Endowment Fund, and approves the necessary budget amendment to process payments contingent on the Parks and Rec Board taking the same action.
Approval, sure. So we need a support.
I'll do it just to.
Thanks, Gary.
And we would need a second motion or a friendly amendment to this motion to cover the 10% for the grant.
Well, there is a motion and support on the property tax documents. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Jeanette,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
No.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
motion carried.
Now a second motion to authorize the 10%.
Can we have a little bit more conversation about that?
Sure.
I would be interested to know from Ms. Seitz and perhaps even Ms. Thompson, who's in the crowd, their position on fronting this money for reimbursement. Would you like a delay in figuring out the details on that, or are you comfortable with this expenditure?
When you say details, what do you mean?
The turnaround time for reimbursement, what funds do you want it specified, where this is coming from? I just want to make sure that administration and our treasurer are comfortable with this action because it's only come before us this morning.
Mhm.
Are you uncomfortable asking to receive monies back from the government?
I know that we have,
How old you want to be?
Claire, are you able to provide example of other instances as to like how long it took the municipality to get the money back?
So I did talk to the financial person with the DNR, and he said that because we don't have to do the plaque, it's a matter of probably about 2 weeks by the time the money is reimbursed after closing.
I'm fine with that. And
Do we have anything Ms. Herman can sign?
she's on YouTube. I can go back and listen to her words. I'm fine with it if the treasurer is fine with it. And we have the funding to take care of that.
Any other discussion?
She nodded. Yeah. We can take it from the general fund contingency. We'll move it, take it from there. If that's what the board would like.
Someone interested in making a motion?
I'll make the motion, but I'm not exactly sure how to word it. I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners approve to cover the closing 10%, not to exceed what 72,000 for it to be reimbursed to the county shortly after closing.
Yeah. With funds available in the general fund.
There you go. Second.
Second. Motion and support. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Markey,
Yes.
Guy,
yes,
Roloffs,
Yes?
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
motion carried.
I would
Thank you.
just add that this is an amazing addition to Benzie County's public lands. And if you've never been there and walked the trails or been to the lookout over Crystal Lake, it's breathtaking.
It is. Thank you both for all your work.
Thank you for your work. Promise to do better on the next one.
All right.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. And so does the Conservancy. We appreciate the partnership and, through you, we can make this happen. So
Thank you very much. Chuck, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm not bad, sir. How much time do you think you need?
5 minutes.
Very good,
Or you
sir.
want to take a break?
Nope. Can you introduce yourself to the rest of the folks for us?
I'm Chuck Clark. I'm on the Shoreline Protection System Committee for the Point Betsy Lighthouse, among other things. So- Okay, so this is change order number 3. You have it in your packet with Bar Engineering, who is our engineer for this project. And the last 2 times I said, well, you're going to see more change orders. This is the first of more change orders. There may be another one. And this has 3 components. One is the north end of the complex, which includes slot 12, which is county property where the Point Betsy buildings are, and the Coast Guard property, which is called lot 11. And initially I wanted to extend the revetment in the plan along that entire north end. The Coast Guard, however, did not want to fund that. And the committee decided to pull back on the revetment to save $1 million in the project costs. As a part of the planning, the west end gets the groins taken out, which are the perpendicular sheet pile pieces into the lake, and rock revetment gets put in that place. During the construction of that, the sand has to be dredged to allow an anchor for that stone. And the engineer's idea was to move that sand to the north end for natural restoration and also put planting in that instead of rock. That was received very well by the Eagle, who wanted to see that sand stay in the same place instead of be carted off to landfills or whatever. So in that process, some of the design had to be changed. That's listed in your issue. The second design issue is south of the apron and the two walls and where the revetment will be. There's a return wall there that goes perpendicular to the apron that is released for support and also erosion. The initial south return wall in the plan was elevated quite high as the structure is raised 6 feet there for further protection. Visually, it wasn't all that great. The committee talked about, well, can we adjust this any? And engineer was able to lower that and improve the footing on that and made a visual rendition, which obviously looks like or currently looks like nothing has changed. So your visual impact for the public is the traditional look from the south. That is actually going to be beautiful. Right now it's kind of cobbled up, but there's no really change of that view of the lighthouse and the buildings. And that created some additional design issues. The other component, which has become bogged down and will probably continue to be bogged down as it gets to the regulatory agencies, is a discussion with the neighbors on the plan. We started really in November with the neighbors and longstanding neighbors, property owners, family forever, and the Coast Guard. A couple of different conversations over the last 10 months with the Coast Guards, and that accelerated in December. And Katie's been part of that conversation and correspondence going back. And Coast Guard wanted a couple of things. They like the design. Design's fine, and don't mind the changes that the engineer and the committee want to do. However, they needed certain requirements for liability and access to the site, and that's just about wrapped up. That was completed last week. And further on, they consider the sand and vegetation being a gift to the government. So they need they're legal guys to get into that. And they want to say and what the vegetation for restoration will be, which is great. And that'll come as we get closer to the construction phase. So that neighbor is pretty much on board just as of last week. The other neighbors, long discussion, all great people, mainly lawyers. And they want, the neighbors, I've worked with them for 20 years. They know that changes have to happen. However, they don't want any changes to happen. So finally, I think we're just about where they're consenting to some changes. They love the design. They just don't want the construction phase to upset anything. And when you're talking about construction, it's going to upset everything. And then it'll be restored to what it was, and then you'll have a product for the next 75 years. So we're just about there with them, but that issue's taken 3 or 4 months. And we should be able to wrap that up here this week, I think. And then move it on to the regulatory agencies, which is another long process. We expect the regulatory agencies to review the application. And again, there's Eagle, who does the dunes and the structure against the water, and there's Board of Engineers, and was the bottomlands. There's a county with the soil erosion permit, and there's State Historic Preservation Office, who's already approved the plan, and that was another long process. So that'll take 3 to 4 months, and there'll be public hearings and so on, or public input opportunities there. And then as getting to the timeline, we'd hope to have started in May with getting bidders, notice out to bidders and getting them out to the site to take a look at considerations for construction and how things would work. We expect that now probably will be pushed back to June or July. And then when that's over with, and the bidders approved through the normal process of the county, as we've done everything. We'd hope to start construction next spring. And so that's contingent on some financing issues, which we'll turn over to Dick once we we have this motion, because that's the next issue. I think I exceeded 5 minutes.
Sure
You did good, Chuck. Anybody like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion. That the Board of Commissioners approves change order number 3 to Point Betsy Shoreline Protect Project Agreement with Bar Engineering in the amount of $62,000, and that the board chair be authorized to sign that the related budget amendment in the amount of $62,000 for the project to allow for reimbursement of revenues from the Friends of Point Betsy, and the payment invoices by the county be approved.
A second.
Motion and support. Is there further discussion?
The only comment I'm going to make is, based on my experience, we're probably going to look at several change orders during the process of this project. I appreciate you guys shepherding this through.
Yeah, I expect one more because Eagle will start looking at it in detail.
Never seen a project yet that didn't get multiple changes.
No.
Especially in this capacity.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks. Thanks, Chuck. Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki.
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dick Taylor, and I'm the former president of the Friends Board, and now serve with Chuck and Ed and Bill Hurd on the Shoreline Protection Committee. We've continued on because of our familiarity with the process, even after we've rotated off the board because of our eligibility time was up. Chuck's presentation implied that you all have a fair history of what's going on there. Karen or any other folks that may have not been as familiar with that, maybe separately. In the interest of saving time, I'll be happy to go over some of those things. So I'll skip that sort of part of the presentation that I was considering. Just briefly, the lighthouse, along with multiple other government assets, came up for sale, Air Force bases and those sorts of things in the early 2000s. And the county, along with the newly formed Friends, agreed to take it and manage it. And I have some points here from the agreement between the Friends and the county that very much bear on management issues that I'll share at the end of this presentation. The short story is, in the intervening years, the Friends have pretty much unilaterally taken care of the place through raising a couple $1 million to get the museum / gift shop / restroom building built, and managing tours in the gift shop and everything else. So in this past year, for instance, the gift shop did over 170,000 in revenue and 116,000 in gross profit. And we rented the newly refurbished apartment, the Keeper's Quarters, which we redid 2 summers ago with new furnishings and paint, et cetera. We rented that out for $72,000 this past season. So unlike so many not-for-profits and entities, we have the luxury of being cash flow positive. That wasn't all profit. There are expenses with the executive director's salary and hourly salaries, and maybe a sinking fund for ongoing maintenance that comes in chunks, repaint the outside for tens of thousands of dollars, et cetera. But given all those things, we're still cash flow positive, which is a real gift. However, that does not allow for a major capital campaign or major cap improvement such as what we're talking about with this shoreline restoration project. If we were to extrapolate our, let's call it $100,000 profit we need 90 years to pay the $9 million or so that this project may cost. So obviously, that's not going to happen. To that end, we began some capital campaigns. I met with Kurt Ludke, God rest his soul now, back in the early part of 2019. The Ludke engineering folks did the last project in 1944 that did the current state of the shoreline protection system, seawall, apron, that whole thing. And so I figured that that would be the likely obvious person to initiate the process with. So Kurt, without doing a full engineering study, kind of a back of the envelope sort of a thing, gave me an estimate that the two estimates, one of $950,000, then of $980,000 to do the repair work, again, without doing a lot of homework. So I initiated a capital campaign in the summer of 2019 and was happy to raise about 1.4 million. As we've noted, there are change orders to things. We've all built houses. They don't usually come in on budget. So having a little leeway, we thought we were good to go. The initial engineering study done by the Baird engineers out of Madison, I guess that was in 21, was an eye opener. They gave us an array of options from the Cadillac version to doing nothing from which to choose. And I think likely outcome from that was that the then estimate was 5.5 to 7 million. So we realized that our million plus that we'd raised to date was going to be sorely insufficient. I'm blessed to have had a major effort by Kurt Vanderwall last year, get us some Michigan funding in the range of 5.1 million. So we're over 6 million in total funds raised to date. Chuck alluded to the current engineering study, which has pretty much been going on for all of 22 and is in the process of concluding here with the effort to send out the project for permitting and then RFPs. So we won't know the final cost until that can be complete. And so we don't really know how much more money is going to be needed. The likelihood is it'll be at least a couple $1 million. The water levels in the lake have come down a little bit, and one of the major cost components is rocks, and the price of rocks is supply and demand. So maybe the demand's down a little bit, and even with inflation up, our final cost may be not as awful as we'd feared, but it's going to be probably at least a couple million more than what we have now to be determined. So to that end, obviously we need to raise some more money. The first campaign, I solicited, the usual pyramid of a few large givers at the top, the medium givers, and a broad base, solicited hundreds of people, and were successful to the target that we'd raised then. But I think that if we need a couple million more dollars, it's not going to come in $100 at a time. And we need some larger givers. To that end, we've done some initial contacts without a formal solicitation. And uniformly, the handful of folks that you could probably name in the community that are capable of giving major gifts, to whom we've had initial contacts, have said, don't come to me until you have a number. And they want to know that we need 2.5 more or 2.1 more or whatever the final number is before they're ready to give. And it seems as though uniformly their interest is contingent upon the owners of the site participating to some extent. And I don't think that that's unreasonable. So this is not a specific request for a specific number. It's hopefully the initiation of a conversation with you folks. But it seems to me that if you were to support the project, some at least six-figure level, maybe hopefully multiple six-figure level, then the potential major donor community would look presumably very positively on that. It would be an endorsement and a commitment of what's been going on out there. And it is a prerequisite, I think, for these folks to participate. One way that I like to look at that is, let's pick some round numbers here. If it's 2.5 million more and you folks were to do 10% of that, that's $250,000. That's probably in the 2.5 to 3% range of the price of the whole project. If somebody was to come along and it's probably contingent, that funding will be a prerequisite for the donor community to participate. So one way to look at this would be, if your home needed a major improvement project and somebody was to come along to you and say, if you'll pay 2.5%, we'll do the rest. If you don't pay the 2.5%, it's not going to happen. Would you do it? I think you probably would. And that's more or less the situation that we're in And I'd like to highlight the fact that we're cash flow positive. In the big scheme of things, while a several $100,000 ask is a lot, if we're throwing off the kinds of profits that we are, it makes some sense to pursue that. Some numbers I'd like to share also are the fact that we have about 50,000 visitors per year that come through there. And I think economic impact statements sometimes are worth the paper they're written on, as they're all sorts of assumptions built in, but 50,000 visitors in the community surely are a pretty major impact. Future benefits to completing this project, as opposed to seeing the place literally fall in the lake. Is that going to happen tomorrow? No, it's going to happen someday though. And so this project does need to be done. And I think it's reasonable to ask why we would do it. Why don't we just let it fall in the lake? What are the benefits? Well, one of the major components of the relationship between the Friends and the county in the original agreement is an educational component that we've tried to highlight ongoingly and continue to try to stress. I myself hosted a group of young high schoolers, I think they were juniors, 2 falls ago, along with our executive director. And the high school teacher, the science teacher, came out and had them collecting samples of things on the shoreline. There were multiple components about engineering work that we hope to have done, et cetera. So certainly from a kid's perspective, the educational component is obvious. From the importance of critical dune habitat with pitcher's thistles and all those things that are endangered, it's a unique place. As we continue educating young people, climate effects, of course, are ongoing and are focused right there. And I think also importantly, if we get this project complete, it is the predecessor to the road end project, which we've talked about for years, which is already fully planned and approved and budgeted for, which will allow sort of a button hook at the end of the road, which will allow for more parking, less congestion, and a turnaround. God forbid there was a need for an emergency vehicle at the end of the road. It certainly would make sense for that to be able to turn around, not be stuck in the sand. So for many reasons, I think this makes a ton of sense, and I cannot guarantee the participation of the deep-pocketed local community, but they love the place. And I think with your endorsement and participation, I'm optimistic, without being able, of course, guarantee that we can get this thing over the finish line. So sort of in summary, I want to say I'm really grateful to the people that have come before me, to the folks that I've worked with for their time, their efforts, for the money that has been invested out there already. And it's essential, and I would say appropriate, that this board approve some more funds to goose the thing down the road for the private donor community to get this thing over the end zone. I would like to share a couple of things about the agreement that was first made and then amended between the Friends and the county. The county intends to become the owner of the property. It will be open to the public. It will contract annually with the Friends for services for operating and interpretive educational programs and managing the gift shop, et cetera. Obviously, we have not come to you for that annual imprimatur. We have, I think, pretty much on our own run this thing, even though it's been your responsibility. You've had the luxury of letting us take care of it, and it's worked out pretty well up until now. And so this is really the first time that we've come to you as the owners asking anything, and I hope that it will be received positively. Formally, your responsibility is to plan and seek funding sources in conjunction with the Friend. I'm only coming to you for 2.5%. I don't think that if we're supposed to be the support role to your lead, that 2.5% is an outrageous, high bar. The Friends agree that they'll be responsible for the development and implementation of programs, and that they will perform fundraising functions to provide matching fund. If we're going to do 97%, your match of 2.5%, I think is, we're supposed to be the match. You're supposed to do the lead. So it's a big number. I understand. I'm not coming to you asking today for an approval, but it's something that I think we collectively need to endorse as quickly as possible in anticipation of sitting down this summer after the RFP is out and the approval process or the choice process has been completed about which vendor we'd like to engage and what that final number will be. Obviously, there'll be some questions. Can I try to answer any of them?
Questions?
Dick,
You want me to try?
First, as I had said to Chuck, I appreciate the energy that you guys put into this. And like you, I've reread that document also, the relationship And for years, I think we thought that we had zero responsibility once it was turned over. The 1.4 million that you had raised, that initially was for the improvement of the road end. Am I right about that?
No, that's a separate thing. The road end is going to be an expensive project for sure. But when that initial solicitation happened, it was initially considered to be a joint project of let's raise money, let's only come to folks once. Let's tie these things together and raise them, as a pair. The response in the giving community was not that made sense, and that rather they had the opportunity to segregate out, we want to pay for the road or for the seawall, the SPS, or both. And uniformly, it was for the urgency, particularly with the high water levels back then, to highlight the seawall project, the shoreline protection system project. The major lead gift was explicitly for that, and most of the other larger gifts were explicitly for the seawall shoreline protection system. There were a couple, a matter of a few $100s that were kind of prioritizing the road end. And while the road end will be a very visible, very useful project, and I think very important from a risk and safety perspective, the prioritization and urgency of the shoreline protection system was clear, and the vast majority of the initial fundraising effort was specifically for the SPS.
Couple questions for you, Dick. Get me the wrong way, but the 5.1 million that was given from the state is tax money. Everything you're asking us to do is tax money. So any way I look at this, I see the contributions made by community through this system. And is there a reason why we don't have a solid price yet after all the work you folks have been doing on this?
Well, I brought with me, I knew you didn't want to see historical structures report, which was a predecessor to our project, is an inch thick. The bids to do the engineering study that we did now, that the competing bids were 50 to 75 pages and not apples to apples. Bring together one of these bids to do the work. You set out the RFP and you get the bids back, is an enormous effort on the part of the contractors. They lay out specifics of staging and construction and all sorts of choices, and it's a big deal. And so it is a little early to have a hard number yet when all these moving pieces are only still lining up from the work that the engineers did about, can we do hydrologic studies? Can we put 20,000 tons of rock out here and not have them just sink into the sand? Is there enough bedrock to support this sort of things? You have to do this in order. And so only now are we getting to the point where we've done enough of this. And the two engineering studies have been several $100,000 and a couple of years. And without those early steps, the bidders wouldn't have the information that they would need to work their bids. And their process of figuring out what their bids are going to be is an enormous amount of work on their part. So the more boxes that we can check for them up front, the more likelihood of having a better cost, including having more money in place. This is kind of a chicken and an egg situation. If we have all our ducks in a row financially, the contractors are going to feel a lot better that, they can do their work and get paid. And so the more money we can raise up front, probably the better the price is going to be. But you can't raise the money up front until you know what the cost is going to be. It's kind of like and it's a very similar situation to some of these permitting agencies. The SHPO people, the State Historic Preservation Office, say, you've got to replace this seawall vertically just like it is. And the Army Corps people say, well, vertical seawalls are reflective of wave energy, and that's not the state of the art anymore. And you can't do that. So we're between you must and you can't. We found a compromise between those two. I'm pretty pleased about that. And similarly with the funding, it'd be really nice if we had it all in place up front, but we can't get it all in place up front until we know how much it's going to cost. So we're trying to, massage these challenges. And we have had estimates from Kurt's initial one, which proved to be a little low, to the engineers going through it have given us ranges, pretty broad ranges, and certainly not the specificity that the donors are looking for.
Because I've been looking, as a board, and I'm speaking only for myself, I would like to have a
Hard number.
solid number too, if we're gonna, and I'm sure we will,
We will.
somehow, but I mean, I'm sure the county will be willing to do more. I'm speaking for everybody, I'm speaking for myself, so. But we need to get to that point. where
Clearly.
We know that number.
So personally, as the one that seems to be driving the fundraising bus, I don't want to say nervous, but I'm cautiously optimistic that as we keep, we'd hope to have the neighbors' letters in before and the permitting application packet already sent out. Well, each thing keeps delaying another week and another week. I really hope that we will have the permitting process in place so that we can put out the RFP and the process of the potential engineering companies to put their proposals together isn't going to be overnight. All that stuff is going to have to come back to us, and then we're going to have to slice and dice those estimates until we choose a bidder. And then only then will we have the final number. Well, only then can I go to the deep pocketed donors. I sure don't want them to have already left and go back to Florida after Labor Day. So, I really would like to see this number come as soon as possible for so many reasons, and we'll obviously share it with you when we get it, but it's a process and it's going to take some time.
Thank you.
I think one of the components to that was, as I said in these discussions, is determining whether you wanted a 25-year, 50-year, or a 75-year fix. Has that been decided?
That's interesting that you bring that up. That wasn't really an approach that we used as we went further down the process with the engineering company. It was a viewpoint as we considered the options from the first engineering perspective. And I think what we ended up with was the option from the array of options that made the most sense as far as protection and permittability and all these other factors. I do think that it will be a long-term solution. To say it's going to be good for 50 years as opposed to 60 years has climate assumptions that are not probably very valid. I do think this will be a very long-term answer. I don't think that we're gilding the lily and trying to solve a problem, 5 times worse than what we expect. We're trying to be as appropriate and responsible with the funds that are going to be involved as possible. But I think that earlier kind of perspective gave way to finding a solution that just made the most sense.
And what does it do to your fundraising opportunities if we conditioned any monies we put towards it as being last in?
Well, this is speculative. I can't speak for the deep pocketed donors, not being one of those myself. But I wouldn't think that would be very well received. I think that they're looking for some commitment, some buy-in, some ownership, some participation. And for you to say, oh, we'll only do the last dollar isn't really that. I think they're looking for the endorsement that you own this baby. This is your crown jewel of your county. You've had this thing put in your laps and it's been running on its own. And I think an embrace of it and its impact on the community and so much that goes on out there is important. And if it was the last dollar, I don't think that message would come across.
If you think continuity of the leadership of the Friends, is that pretty stable? Because it seems like that's a lot, but it's on when you look at it as a solvent operation.
Well, it's certainly very solvent. Capital campaigns versus operationally are different things. And, any volunteer board, there's a period of learning when you start out and a period of involving, and you need to rotate off without, becoming too stale. And so the reason I think that Chuck and I have, even though we've both rotated off the board formally, that we've stayed involved, along with Ed has come on and another fellow who used to serve on the board named Bill Hurd. The 4 of us serve as the SPS committee. The reason that we're doing that is because there's so much history and knowledge and involvement and participation in the SPS project itself that it would be difficult to keep rotating people in, as this thing's already going on 4 years, and it'll be at least another one with all the, right things lining up for it to be accomplished. And so I think the board is under the current president is very well run. They hit the ball out of the park as far as revenue this past year with a newly refurbished apartment, and the gift shop is just clicking on all cylinders. I think they're more than capable of handling those operational things, along with a relatively newly appointed executive director who brings continuity to that whole process. So I would separate out the operational kind of day-to-day things from this long-term capital sort of a thing. And I think that's why Chuck and I and others continue to participate in this capital side as opposed to operational stuff.
Thank you.
Sure.
Dick, if I may,
Yes.
just an idea, how much financial improvement has been done to the shoreline in, say, the last 10 years? 20 years, 50 years?
1944. Oh,
Mr.
Yeah.
Chuck, can you please come to the podium? The people on YouTube can't hear you.
The Coast Guard made improvements to the apron in the 70s. And the north end, that rock revetment that's there now, that was put in the late 60s, early 70s. And that's about it.
The main sheet pile wall and the underpinnings of that date to 19, or is the last real big project.
And the age of the lighthouse is
165 years, 1858.
1858. So all in all, it's held up pretty good.
It has, but it has. But the climate change, seawall crashing, high water issues that we face now, I think have not been in place for all of those 165 years.
And what I've been told over the years from doctorates in this profession, that some of these high waters are a 30 to 35 year cycle.
There's clearly some cyclicality.
And I know that just from the area that I'm at, the water heights on the lakes and the rivers we're at an all-time high. I think they're decreasing a little bit right now, but I would think before too much longer, we're going to see a gradual decrease before it starts back up again. There's no doubt this is a need, a serious need, and a very expensive need as well. But like you said, 165 years, I'm looking at something that's been a pivotal part of Benzie County for 165 years, and it's pretty much standing on its own 2 feet. Noted, there is maintenance that's required to keep anything running smoothly. So I think we caught it at a high, and it's going to go down, but still, it's time.
So I would say 2 things to that. One, better a year early than a day late on the
Absolutely.
repairs. And secondly, I think summer storms are evident to all of us because we tend to be outside more. Winters are nasty. You get the north winds, which hammer the north side, and the ice coming in. And so even though the water is down some, that's actually, I think, playing to our benefit from both hopefully a cost and certainly a construction option perspective. And so I think that it would not be the time to just put it off, because gee, the water's come down a foot from its highs in 2020, and maybe we bought ourselves a little time. We have, but all the more reason to get it done.
Noted.
Can I just ask, just for
Sure.
the public's benefit, because we don't have a final price of what this is going to cost, what was the last range you were given of what the cost could be?
Oh gosh, there's so many numbers that I've been. I want to say I was 6.5 to 9 million, and maybe it was 7.5 to 9. It was more than 8.
General range, you're about right.
But that is a capital arrived at number by the engineers who know what they're doing, but they're focusing on the engineering work, not on the construction work. And so we sort of think this would be in here to hope that it's the bottom of that and that we have enough funding completely, particularly given the likelihood of a change order or two to that project, I think might be a little bit optimistic. Helps. So what Chuck is referring to, if you weren't aware from other presentations, is as we wrap around the sheet pile wall and the apron going up to the lighthouse, as that curls around to the north, you get to the edge of where, behind the gift shop, about where our property line is. You send that north, wrap that wall around, and it's already been digging in behind what's there now. You keep that going onto the Coast Guard property. It would make some sense to extend the seawall further than what is just on Benzie County Lighthouse land and overlapping this lot 11 area. I mean, that makes some sense, but Coast Guard has shown no interest in participating in that. And at some level, it's hard enough to raise the money to fix our own stuff rather than prevent somebody else's problem. So that piece has been kind of determined to not make sense. I don't think it's necessarily going to be problematic for our end solution, but it would have made sense, but to squeeze $1 million out of the Coast Guard for their piece is probably not going to happen.
Anybody else?
Yeah, going back to some numbers.
Yeah.
Annually, what is your expenses out there?
I don't know.
What's the budget? What's the budget? Do you know?
Well, I'm a little dated, but through 19, there was $300,000 revenue, about $250,000 expenses.
Expenses. And of that 250, and this relationship's probably what, 20 years old or something like that? Yeah. And of that 250, and we'll just use that as a benchmark. What percentage of that do you think had to be reinvested in annual maintenance or long-term maintenance?
The larger capital maintenance issues are handled by the endowment fund or the community foundation. For example, the roof needs to be replaced needs to be painted every 7 years, the building every 10 years. And you're talking about close to $60,000 to $80,000 for those projects. We gain about $15,000 to $20,000 from the community foundation every year. So you save that and it addresses to that most part. General other operational things, the light bulbs, that kind of stuff all comes out of operational money from friends.
Where I'm going with this, just for the benefit of the group, is that so the Friends, over the ownership period of approximately 20 years, has probably invested a couple of $1 million or more just to maintain it. And you've not come to the county to help with for any of that.
Right. Yeah. Or for the couple $1 million that was spent on the museum gift shop building. So that was all donated.
Any other questions?
If not, I would say that I will certainly we will be in touch in addition to change orders. I'd like to keep this conversation going. To your point, Gary, of course, when we have a hard number, we'll be back to you. But to get some sense of your general level of support or lack thereof in what we're doing, and without a specific dollar commitment, some idea that you're on our team would be really nice for me to be able to share with the Friends Board. I still attend their meetings, and you know how the scuttlebutt works in casual crossing paths with any of these deeper pocketed donors to have some indication that there's some buy-in from you all, I think would go a long way. So to the extent that your conversations and general leanings, as opposed to a formal commitment, can be shared with us, that would be really helpful and appreciated. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
We're going to take a brief break, and we will be returning at 11 o'clock, and we'll look forward to a presentation from Waitrim.
You're unmuted.
The best way you plan.
Yeah, well.
Took them out, it must have been from the last time.
Yeah.
Think about
I
it.
got a couple of.
So pensions, I struggle with unless they're fully funded from day one. Because
You
it's
ready?
like it's a currency. You understand?
We're back in session. I'd like to welcome the gentleman from Wade Trim, which is part of the feasibility study for water and sewer. Area 31 sewer feasibility.
Well, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. Rhonda and I had kind of talked about this presentation ahead of time. I said, I've got an hour presentation to give. She said, can you do it in 5 minutes? I said, I can talk fast. So
So you're gonna have to make some time up from the group previous to you.
Sure. Right.
So you got three.
My 5-minute presentation.
Introduce yourself and your partner, and then we'll move forward for the folks that are on Zoom.
My name is Brian Souza. I'm an engineer with Wade Trim out of Traverse City. I've got Ken Schwert with me. He's an engineer as well, also out of our Traverse City office. Traverse City was hired by the task force comprised of the Village of Beulah, Village of Benzonia, and Benzonia Township to complete a feasibility study for wastewater in those areas. Really, they wanted to take a look at serving the commercial corridor of US 31 from 115 north, and also taking a look at serving the east end of Crystal Lake. So the map that's in front of you is kind of the beginning phases of that. So we spent several months determining areas that may be served with sewer. So obviously you can see the east end of Crystal Lake. The purple area around that would be area served with sewer, or could be area served with sewer. Obviously, we've got the Village of Beulah on the southeast end, Village of Benzonia, and then Benzonia Township continuing on south. Down here is where 115 comes into US 31, just to give you an idea how much area we're covering. So the colored areas are areas that we talked about serving with sewer, collecting wastewater, and then treating it in some fashion. All right, so some options are being developed on how do we collect that wastewater. There's several ways to do that, and options for how do we treat that wastewater once we have it collected. Okay, so working with the task force over several months, we've come up with this. The cost to serve those areas that we have in the shaded areas, including Beulah, which know that Beulah has a wastewater treatment system, collection and treatment. So, but they wanted to be part of this as well. The cost to treat those areas was around $45 million. Okay, so collection and treatment. That's a big project. And what we have found, typically, if you try and tackle a project that big, especially with wastewater, a lot of times that doesn't go forward. The wheels start to fall off. It's a lot of money. It takes a lot of years to get something like that going. So our recommendation is to try and whittle that down to the areas that are most important at this point in time. And I'm not saying the east end of Crystal Lake is not important. I'm just saying in order to get to that, we may have to start small and branch out. So what we're moving forward with, not only in the feasibility study, but further than that, what we're moving forward with in applications for funding to try and get money to do this type of project is the Village of Benzonia and the commercial corridor along US 31. Okay, so Village of Benzonia has the commercial corridor, but they've got residential areas east and west of that have been struggling with failed septic systems due to the heavy soils. And then also continuing south along the commercial corridor down basically to Wesco, just north of where 115 comes in. So that smaller project is a $25 million project. Still a big project, but a lot more doable in today's funding mechanisms and timeframes that are required under those mechanisms. So that's a little update on where we're at. So the task force, again, is comprised of the Village of Beulah, the Village of Benzonia, and Benzonia Township. They are working to develop what they're going to call the Area 31 Sewer Authority. Okay, and we have to do that in order to apply for funding as a group. All right, until we do that, until we're a municipally recognized entity, we can't apply for funding for all of those do work in all of those municipalities under one application. What would have to happen if they didn't form the authority, Beulah would have to apply, Benzonia would have to apply, and the township would have to apply. All right, and then you don't know who gets what. If one doesn't get funding and the other does, it doesn't really fit together. It's a project, it's not really a standalone. So the way to combat against that is to develop an authority or some other municipal entity that can apply for funding. So We're under a tight time frame on some of these applications. The first application that we're looking at doing is to the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, also known as EAGLE, their SRF program. That is due May 1st. All right, that's our first order of business. Get the sewer authority formed, get the feasibility study done, get the application done, get everything submitted by May 1st. The second part to that is an application to the United States Department of Agriculture, Rural Development Division. Okay, and that's another big source of funding for water and sewer projects. So that's where we're at with the project right now. We've gone to the village of Benzonia and Benzonia Township, given the same type of talk. We're going to the village of Beulah tonight. Wanted to be here today as well to kind of bring you guys up to speed on what's going on. But beyond those meetings, we have a public information meeting scheduled for March 7th at 6 o'clock. All right, the location of that will be determined here soon. We don't know exactly where that's going to be at.
It's confirmed. The Mills Community House.
Okay, be at the Mills Community House. So March 7th at 6 o'clock, we'll be giving a more in-depth presentation on the options that we looked at for treatment, the options we looked at for collection, the costs involved, the next steps moving forward, take questions from the public, and carry this forward as we move farther down the road. So that's really all I had to talk about, unless there's any questions from the board that I could answer. Sure.
One, if you don't mind. Those grants or loans or whatever, are they based on income? Like I would keep looking at Benzonia, thinking, because Thompsonville got a good one for the sewer, for their water system. Is that something that you're looking into too? Is that a possibility, I guess?
It is. So what happens when we apply for those entities then determine if you're eligible for grant or all loan or a mixture of both. And it is based on income level, median household income. Last week, we sat in a meeting with Eagle. They just rolled out their requirements on how to determine if communities are what they call overburdened. If you're considered an overburdened community, you would qualify for grant funding through the Eagle program. Doesn't mean you'll get it. It's highly competitive, especially this year. But it means you qualify for that. Rural development, on the flip side to that, does a very similar thing, all based on need and median household income. They will determine if you qualify for grant or loan. I've had both happen, 75% grant in some instances, all loan in other instances. And that's really why we need to make these applications, because the first question we get from people is, how much is this going to cost me? I can tell you how much it costs to do the project, right? How much is it going to cost me as an individual, my business, my residents? And we don't really know yet. I can tell you worst case scenario, but until we know the levels of grant and loan, there can be a big difference if you get a 75% grant versus if it's all loan on what the user has to pay. So, but to answer your question, yes, it's based on income level, and those programs take care of that once the application has been made.
Anybody else?
Brian, a couple of questions. First, in order to make the project more attractive or affordable to the community, you've now excluded Beulah because they have an existing system. But my understanding is that system is at least at 100%. So there has to be a solution in their form somewhere, because you just can't ignore that.
Correct.
And with respect to determining what the end user's cost would be, won't the agency like rural development, they'll tell you in order to repay yourself or the debt, this is how much you have to collect?
They will, yeah. So through that process, we'll work with bond counsel and financial planners that will help set those rates. So not only do we have to set a rate that will pay back the bond and operate the plant and fix anything that may go awry in the system, we have to have operators. We also have to set money aside slowly so that over time, when this thing gets to its end of its useful life, there's money there to either fix emergencies in between or start that repair as we get to that end. So yes, rural development that is a step with, and Eagle, both of those funding applications will take that into consideration.
Okay. And tell me today, is this information only, or should we anticipate a specific ask somewhere down the road?
No ask from us at this point in time. Down the road, we won't be asking for anything until after we get information back from rural development, on those funding applications. Typically, we won't see or won't go back to those communities and ask for funds because their enterprise systems. Those systems need to be paid for and funded by the users of that system. So usually it's just those users, maybe through a special assessment, maybe a combination of assessment and rates. But usually we don't come back to the community and ask for money because it's specific to the users that are on that system.
I would just make the observation that if we were successful in having you expand or having the community expand, that's going to create some economic opportunities for us. And if we could, factor that in, what does it look like? Where is a new opportunity for the increased tax base, increased usage? I think that's always helpful.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
Any other questions?
All right.
Sorry it took us so long to get to you, but this is
No problem. It's
much appreciated. Thank you.
Anytime somebody's talking about engineers, I'm listening. Right? Thanks for your time this morning. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a great day. Back to item J, the approval of MOU and agreement for recreation improvement funds for Benzie Valley Trail.
Yeah, I will. I'll make the motion. One question I have, I can ask that when I'm done. I move that the Board of Commissioners accept the Michigan Department of Natural Resources grant for the Benzie Valley Trail Maintenance in the amount of 10,000 and authorize the chair to sign the memorandum of understanding and agreement for the recreational improvement funds and further authorizes the necessary budget amendments to accept funds.
Marky will support.
Motion and support. Is there further discussion?
Just a question on that last portion where it says, and further authorizes the necessary budget amendments to accept funds. So we know what those amendments are now. Is that right?
I'm being told that we're receiving $10,000, so we would do a budget amendment to accept those revenues for the expenditure.
Just want to make sure it didn't open the door for something we don't know about yet. Okay,
It's a reimbursable fund.
Mhm.
And I just want to make sure Betsy is IE instead of Y for the Betsy Valley Trail, right?
Oh, sorry, did I spell?
Okay. Just wanted
Yeah, it
to
is,
make sure. Okay.
but they have increased it $1,000 by the looks of it. Get that from the DNR.
From Shelley.
Knocked us down to 9 here a little while ago.
So if you, if you look at the actual agreement that's in the contract or in the packet, it says up to $10,000. The reason we have been receiving less is because you're not doing maintenance that exceeds $10,000.
We didn't spend it yet.
You didn't spend it, so you didn't get it. So if you look at the actual agreement in the packet, it indicates $10,000. But if for some reason we don't get to 10,000, we're only going to get whatever we apply for. So.
We've got her spent this year.
Yeah. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
That's why I did
Cunningham?
why.
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
That's why I did why.
Item K is approved purchases of 3 sheriff department vehicles.
I believe these have all been budgeted.
Correct.
If I could, I'd like to just go ahead and make the motion. As documented that the Board of Commissioners approves the purchase of 3 Dodge Durango vehicles from Watson, Benzie, in a not to exceed amount of $130,000. And further that it approves up to $45,000, fully equipped each vehicle for patrol purposes with funds available in the school, youth resource officer fund and the capital fund, with the reimbursement in the total of $60,000 from Central Wellness. Not sure that isn't a run-on sentence going there, but that's my motion.
I'll support.
Gary. Motion and support. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you. We'll move on to commissioner reports. Somewhat brief. I think 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, had an EMS meeting at 1 o'clock. And then not that long ago, I had another EMS meeting and they elected a new chairperson. But now, as we all know, that committee is going to take a break coming up soon and we'll move forward from there. Also, that same day, Thursday, the 2nd, I had Area Agency on Aging of Northern Michigan. That has been a Zoom meeting for over 2 years. May 11th is the end of the Zoom as we know it, as far as meetings being in person. So Area Agency on Aging is going back to in person. Last Tuesday at a Parks and Rec interview, it went great. There was 5 applicants. 4 of them were returning members with 1 applicant that we interviewed. She did great as far as I'm concerned. But between the interview panel and the board, that board chair, Mr. Hooktrip, we reappointed the 4 members that were already sitting just because of the capacity they are in and the issues they have going on. It made it best for those folks that are already engaged to keep moving. So yesterday, Veterans Affairs went fairly normal. Looking forward to what's coming up next would be Memorial Day. We have all new flags that'll go up here in another month or so. Some tidying up to do around reinstalling a couple of plaques and moving on from there. And here we are on Valentine's Day. Any questions? You have Art's report in front of you?
And I would entertain questions, but the only thing I want to add is at the State of Benzie event yesterday, I thought our county administrator did a great job of representing us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It gave us the highlights of it, and obviously you're confident in talking to groups. The other piece that I just learned last night, Vance Bates, who's known to all of us, I'm sure. I found out that he's got 50 years in with the fire department, EMS, over in Elmira. How it came up is that he's stepping away as lieutenant and just will be available as a volunteer. But I thought 50 years is needed to be noted. That's quite an accomplishment.
Vance has been in the service industry all of his life.
Had to be.
Yep.
That's all I've got.
Any other questions for Art? Karen?
Mine's in writing. I did go to the Frankfurt, Alberta School Board last night, and they will be starting a committee that will look at curriculum. That's the only question.
No.
Karen, the only question I have for you is in your written report, and I appreciate you providing that way. What is Benzie Leelanau kinship?
Kinship is a group of individuals that are looking at support. Oh, going to say something?
Do you remember the ladies that came to us a few months back about the Kinship Coalition?
I'm sorry, I don't.
So they came to us to talk about guardianship versus fostership versus, and we sent them to the Human Services Collaborative.
Okay, right.
And that's how they found me.
Yeah, that's the result. That's that group.
Okay,
And
all right.
it's an informal group
Got it. Thank you.
brainstorming, basically.
Yep. Appreciate it.
Any more questions? Rhonda?
Thank you. I've attended several meetings, AP review, agenda review, the Benzie Leelanau Health Department meeting. Commissioner Sauer is the new chair. Dr. Conley is the vice chair. And Patricia Sautis Little was replaced from Leelanau County by Gwen Alger on the Health Department Board. Dan Thorell at that meeting gave a orientation and a nice overview of what the health department does. It's always nice to be refreshed of the purpose and gave the board a good start to get going. I've attended 3 sewer feasibility study meetings. It's an exciting project. We have another meeting tomorrow. It's intense right now. Wade Trim is going around to all the entities, getting this out in the public so the conversation can be started. I want to reiterate that March 7th will be the actual presentation of the study. And that's going to be at the 6 o'clock on the upper level at the Mills Community House. So this will tell us we know what the options are. There are basically three options for a solution. That's to use the ponds that Beulah already has. And another option would be to connect to Blua in Frankfurt, which seems like a long way, but it's not unheard of in the engineering realm. And then the third option is to create new ponds for collection. So these are all things that are going to be, this is what's feasible, what's going to work the best. I have to guess that a arrangement with Beulah will be the best option, but some mechanical system is going to have to be considered to retain protection of the river. Those ponds are very close to the river. So this firm is very competent and very cognizant of that. So I'm excited to see what March 7th brings. I attended a Zoom meeting with Commissioners Sauer and Cunningham. We were asked to attend. The supervisor for Benzonia Township was there regarding the sun-kissed development on Crystal Lake. This is a row of about 8 condominiums along the Betsy River Trail, and with views out to Crystal Lake. And this was a meeting to anticipate the Planning Commission meeting and things that they wanted to be accomplished. At the Planning Commission meeting, the purpose, which I also attended, the purpose was to consider a driveway permit that was not issued correctly and needed to be over. But at that standing room only meeting, the community brought up other issues regarding tree removal, erosion, septic approval, vegetation buffer. There were many concerns that were put on the table. At the end of the day, the community requested a stop work order until a decision could be made for all the allegations to be addressed. The Planning Commission did not do that, but they did table their decision on what was before them and is going to consider it at their next meeting. So they delayed that decision for 1 month. I attended the EMS ad hoc committee meeting. We've discussed that already. The village of Benzonia was business as usual. Benzonia Township approved becoming the fiduciary for the Federal Department of Transportation, the RAISE grant that we were asked to be the fiduciary for. That was the $4 to $4.5 million reimbursable grant to pave the trail. Benzonia Townships agreed to be that for them. So yeah, I attended the land bank meeting. Discussed several things. One of the most exciting things, Susan Wenslick addressed the fact that Senate Bill 7, which is a state blight elimination program, it's more missing middle funding, and Benzie County will get another $500,000 for blight elimination, which has to be spent by 2026. This is on top of the blight elimination funding of $200,000 that has to be spent by 2024. And our treasurer, the head of the land bank, and Susan Wenslick have compiled sites that can be addressed with these funds. And if you don't apply for them, you don't get them. And so we've been very proactive in that way, and it's a big accomplishment. That we did also discuss at the land bank a bus tour in the spring, possibly for the Board of Commissioners and other entities to really put eyes on what the land bank does and what we've accomplished to date and what they're going to do moving forward. And that was received well. Central Wellness Board meeting was more discussion regarding SUD funds. And there was discussion about an educational push to inform commissioners and actually the SUD board itself about how those funds are generated and can be used. It sounds like that's going to move forward. I attended the school board meeting last night. There was a public information meeting prior to the board meeting that I attended. It was not well attended, but we did get to tour the new weight room, the new locker rooms. We saw the new gym floor, which all looks great. And then the discussion at the actual board meeting, they reviewed their audit, and they're actually sitting with about a 36% fund balance, which seems a little bit high, but they made it very clear that they do have intentions for those monies and long-term projects that that money will go to assist with. And then other than that, I also attended the Chamber of Commerce the Benzie Summit yesterday, and our administrator represented as well, and so did Commissioner Janot, who spoke on behalf of the EDC and did an excellent job. It was a well-attended event and very informative. Both Charter, Tim Malone from Cherry Capital, and Marilyn Passmore from Charter Communications talked about broadband expansion, and there was a little housing panel there that talked about the movement forward in Benzie County, and it was a good event. I appreciated attending. So that's all I have.
Good. Thanks. Questions?
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I wanted to ask you about the land bank. Anything the land bank gets is a blight, correct? So that funding can be used on any property that the land bank works
Well,
with?
I mean,
No, maybe.
to a point, tax foreclosed properties, the land bank has an option to pull those into the land bank, but the land bank only takes properties essentially that are not marketable properties. There's issues. Do you want to speak to you can speak to this better than I can, Shelley.
I was just curious about the funds that you guys got.
Yeah,
Shouldn't be sending any of that back.
no.
So you're close, Gary. All land bank parcels are automatically brownfield eligible. And that's to assist us with funding mechanisms to repair projects, properties. Are they blighted? Sometimes they're obsolete, but not blighted. Sometimes they're contaminated, not blighted. Sometimes they're all of those, right? Depending on what you're looking at. So are they all blighted? No. But so we have hired Fishbeck and Susan Wenslick to provide us with an application for the 200,000 that was submitted January 31st. So we'll know in the next 30 days. It was almost a guarantee if you applied for that 200 level of funding. Every county was guaranteed that initial 200,000. So even if you had a land bank, or even if you didn't have a land bank in a county, the county itself could apply as well. So the best part about that is competitively, Benzie County doesn't affect as many people for, they don't get as much bang for their buck when they provide funding to smaller communities. I mean, if you gave $200,000 to Muskegon, it would affect way more people than if you gave it to Benzie County. And so typically when they weigh those grant dollars towards where can we get the biggest buck, it all happens in Southern Michigan. And then all of the UP counties and northern counties sit with blight in their small communities because the small communities can't afford to take those properties down. So this was our opportunity to take some of that funding and start fixing some of the things that just have been sitting idle for years and years and years.
Well, like, hate to throw Thompsonville under the bus.
Just did.
If they.
Two of the
If they-
seven
if they
parcels on our
recommend-
grant are in Thompsonville.
If they had an issue with blight, and they could come to you guys if you get the grant? to help
So we've
clean it up or no?
already,
Identified. You've already identified.
yeah, we've already identified six properties.
That was
I think 6 or 7
7, I thought.
properties on the first $200,000. But when we were trying to narrow that down to a $200,000 number, we've got a list of other items, planned. So initially, before SB 7 was approved by the legislature, the initial 200,000 was almost a guarantee for every county that wanted to apply. Then the remaining funds of that $21.5 million is then competitive. So then I could reapply with my next list for the next round of funding, but now it's competitive with all of the big.
You have to have a
as well.
list of what you want to work on.
So you have to
before even
provide a
start. Okay.
narrative of
All
these
right.
properties and
Thank you.
these are the problems and this is how much money we've estimated. So we had to get demolition estimates. We had to get
lead and asbestos abatement estimates and compile that. We're looking for $38,000 for this property and 42,000 for this and 27 for that.
Okay.
And so we've had to compile all that information, and Fishbeck has done a great job of that. And so now we are, I mean, this just happened. SB7 just became PA1 of 2023 on the 26th of January. So we really don't know how that's going to roll out, but my guess is it's going to be really similar to the first 21.5 million that we've already started working on. So we're already working on the narratives and the estimates and with the list that we already have. If there are items that you would like added for consideration, please shoot me a list.
Well, that's why I would probably reach out to the entities themselves if they have to find out if they are on there. I will do so.
Okay.
Because last night, just throw it out there. One guy says, I'll buy a dumpster for you. Well,
Perfect.
and yeah, but and Gino said, I tried that too, but then all of a sudden then everybody wants a dumpster. So I'm just, here's an opportunity for the community too. So thank you.
Was that for a specific project or just
Specific.
for the
place,
community
yeah,
to?
yeah. No, it's a specific.
Right. So, there's the ability for us to have these funds and, assist with the demolition of Platte River School. Or, maybe up here with Crystal Lake Elementary eventually, or maybe the bus garage eventually. And some other big issues like that. But we tackled the small ones in the first 200,000. So.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll give you updates as we come along, but all we did was submit a grant. We'll see.
I'll probably get you some phone calls.
Yeah. And so one of the things that we had a conversation with at the last meeting was we're going to reach out to the supervisors of the townships to see if they have a list of, parcels that need help or people in communities that would be willing to allow us to do the demo and put a lien on their property, just to get it down, get it out of the way.
Sure.
Those kinds of things.
I think this is a great opportunity.
So we're doing our best to get as much funding as we can. And so we'll talk about expanding the contract with Fishbeck so that they can write our next grant. That'll be at our next meeting.
Thanks. Any more questions for Rhonda? And Marky?
Since our last board meeting, I attended the EMS Advisory Ad Hoc Committee, which was already discussed rather in depth. I attended the Homestead Township Board meeting. Rebecca Hubers, the Benzie County Emergency Management Coordinator, gave a presentation on the in-process update of the hazard mitigation plan. And Jessica Carlin gave the Benzie Bus 2022 annual report. The Township Board did approve the fire protection agreement, so we can provide fire protection service to Platte Township. And we're working on the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. The Central Wellness Network Board, I'm going to go in a little bit more in depth because I do sit on the Substance Use Disorder Oversight Board as well. The NMRE did agree to work on an education program. This is to educate us, the SET Oversight Board, and the Community Mental Health Boards on how PA2 funding is generated and how it can be used. That's something that has not happened. When I originally got on the Substance Use Disorder Oversight Board, I had no clue what I was doing on that board. I have a very good understanding now. Keeping a track on the funds that go out of Benzie County to the NMRE for the PA2 funds. And we are working on a process to make sure that all requests of Benzie County PA2 funds gets approved appropriately before those projects or programs have the grant funding for them. That brings the second point is that the NMRE, which is the Northern Michigan Regional Entity that is the 21 county, whatever it is,
They're working on a new process on the PA2 funding program grant request so that the counties actually get the request first so we can approve them before it goes to the oversight board, which is a drastic improvement over what currently happens today. So hopefully that's gonna be done here real quick. Another improvement that the NMRA is working on is they're gonna start requiring a progress report from all the organizations that receive the PA2 funding. That's has not happened in the past. So, yeah, Gary, I see your look there.
Bite my tongue on that one.
But we're starting to prod them, push them, and they're starting to hold people accountable. I mean, they're starting to, if they're gonna be using our money, we're watching them, kind of thing. Another interesting tidbit that came out of that, this is regards to the Benzie Health Department, the building on 115, which is owned by Benzie Health Department. They're going out for remodeling designs for that building. And the reason why Central Wellness isn't interested and involved in that, I guess Central Wellness is the largest tenant of that building. Just informational for you guys. I attended the Village of Honor Council meeting. Again, Rebecca Hubers and Jessica Carlin were there for their road show. Their zoning administrator report indicated she's looking at the neighboring municipalities and how they're handling short-term rentals. They're looking to maybe do an ordinance for short-term rentals. They are trying to work on their master plan. And the True North, the people that are going to be putting in that new Shell station, they're hopefully going to get everything completed so they can start construction still this spring, as they're still looking to get that started this spring. I know they ran into some roadblocks, but hopefully that'll all been taken care of. The Village of Honor is also looking to add a parking ordinance. They thought they had one from like the 70s, but turns out they don't. So they're looking to, they're going to get a couple of people together and they're going to start looking at that. They're also looking at a noise ordinance, but hey, apparently they have one. They have an old one that was called a noise and disorderly ordinance. Now they're talking about how to enforce it. They're also looking at changing their website hosting solution. I did tell them to contact you because I know you were recently looked into that. So if you get a call, don't be too surprised. And Homestretch, those new apartments in Honor, they actually had their open house a few weeks ago. I did go through them with my fire chief hat on to make sure that, so I can get a good idea of the layout in case we ever have an incident in one of those units. That's all I have.
Questions for Tim?
Just maybe I misunderstood you. The money that the SUD's given out, which is our money, they want a report from the entities that get it or the communities that get it.
The organizations that receive the funding.
All right. I did.
So like Catholic Human Services is a big one. You know, in different, like, you know, the jails can actually, you know, put in requests for it, and sometimes the courts do as well, right?
Right.
And it's from these organizations that they're looking to just get the progress reports, because all the little education, the PA2 funding, it's not to sustain a program for its life, it's to get it on its feet, get it started, and then it has to become self-sustaining. These are just short-term things, right? So, you know, these organizations are looking to say, okay, demonstrate that you're meeting your goals and that you are going to become self-sustaining and you're not going to come back to us in 3 years. Just word it differently and make it sound like it's a new grant kind of thing.
Just so I understand correctly, the PA2 funding, when it comes in to every entity, half goes to the general fund and then half goes to the SUD board, right? For different projects.
So the liquor tax fund, the PA2 funding that the county has, half comes to the county, and Shelley, if I'm correct on this, then the county sends half to the NMRE.
Mhm.
And then the substance use disorder oversight board reviews all the applicants for that funding. And then we make the recommendation to the NMRE full board and whether those projects should be approved.
But the other half goes in the county general fund.
Half of it stays in the county, correct, general fund. There's no strings on how we spend that money.
How the county spent.
The county,
What you have, because it has to go back to that community.
pardon?
The projects have to be benefiting those communities the money came from, correct?
Well,
I mean,
That's the way it should be.
that's the way it's
it's the way it's
intended.
supposed to be.
I do believe in the past, there may have been a little bit of stretching it a little bit, maybe. We have a regional one. We want to provide the services for all the counties within a 75-mile range. Well, it's not real feasible for somebody in southern Manistee to be driving to downtown Traverse City for treatment. So that's what stuff we've encountered. It's not just here, it's happening over on the west side of the state too. And it's not unique to Benzie and Manistee and Grand Traverse. It's been pretty common in throughout the state, actually.
You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Any other questions for Tim? Evan?
I think I previously reported on the solid waste for the household hazardous waste and tire pickup, and those dates have changed from what I originally stated. The pickup event in Frankfurt at the high school is going to be on June 3rd. The road commission has been changed until August 12th. And then there's a tire only pickup in Townsville. That one hasn't changed. That one remains July 15th. I attended Benzie Bus. Their audit is complete. It's unmodified. They had no issues with their audit, and they will be coming to do the annual report. So Conservation District I attended, nothing new there, business as usual. Parks and Rec I attended. We talked about the coal property today, and we're still, the director's study, feasibility study is still ongoing with students from MSU. Colfax Township, business as usual there. And then last night, Inland Township, I reported they had a chili cook-off that raised $2,000 for their fire association. There's a new Dollar General store going in at the corner of 31 and Reynolds next to Cherryland Grocery. And then the former building that was Ron Saya's building for his heating and cooling, that's going to become a wine tasting room. And
That's
then
at Mulberton 31.
yes, yep. And then the cleanup day for Inland Township is May 6th. So you can go to Dollar General and then go get some wine at the wine tasting.
Questions for Evan?
Is it at,
Gotta have something, Gary.
which corner is it at? Is it at?
Which one?
Dollar
The
General.
Dollar
Should be
General,
right next to,
right next to
right next to
Cherryland Grocery?
Cherryland.
East or west of
Oh, boy.
Cherryland?
It would be
This way.
east.
West,
West?
west. Corner of Reynolds. and
Right at the
31.
corner.
Oh,
And the entrance will actually be off Reynolds Road, not off 30.
oh, come off of Reynolds.
Mhm.
Yeah, we need another Dollar General in the county.
Well, the other one's 4 miles away.
Yeah, I know.
So,
It's so you can walk to them to get your rations.
Yeah.
Used to be like 7-Elevens in the city. They pop up in every corner.
Rest assured, the people that make location decisions, they wouldn't be investing in that if they didn't think there was a business plan to be had.
That's crazy.
There'd be more if there wasn't proper zoning. Gary?
Yeah. Health Department, she covered that. Set in on a Zoom meeting with the Iron Man. Kind of a preliminary thing. Sounds like everything's gonna be pretty much the same as last year. Very few changes. I did ask again that they send us a list of where the donations went for the community from the Iron Man. And we're supposed to get that. Giggling. We're supposed to get that at the next meeting, so. It was brought up by the supervisor of Lake Township, which is currently not the supervisor. I just wanted to make sure that if keep following through, I think it's very important. We need to know what it's doing for our community. So anyway, I got to go to Gilmore Township's public hearing. It was an exciting time. Couple. Mrs. Cunningham was there, Miss Cunningham, and it was packed. There was a lot of discussion. They allowed everybody to speak, and the board decided to do a 6-month moratorium. There's only about one threat. That was from an attorney from Graceland, so we'll let it go at that. I think in reality, it's probably the best so they can sort things out. Still gives both sides a chance to come together. So we'll see how it goes. Everybody's doing budgets, Joyfield and Blaine, and everybody else, I guess, Maples. And I gave you a sheet on the social welfare fund, which in the past we had funded. And Katie looked it up for me, and it hasn't been funded for 10 years because it wasn't being used, is my understanding. So I think we need a little more research on that. They're having some issues with the showers on the second floor leaking down to the first floor. And so they're having to work on the building again in spots. At the point of the meeting, there was 76 beds fully occupied. They have to keep 2 open for COVID. So they're pretty much at 100% capacity. They're still having to pay for the traveling nurses and stuff. So the cost is high, but they're doing it. So I'm happy with that. I did go to the public hearing, Benzie Township. I kind of got the feeling they drifted a little bit from why they were there. But some of those questions have to be answered. Blaine Township, the Frankfurt Fire Chief and the mayor came and discussed the increased costs and pretty much put the township at rest. Pretty happy with it. May have to eventually increase our full mill to cover some of this, but right now we're in pretty good shape. Road Commission. Good news is asphalt prices didn't go up very much at all. So we're expecting to be able to do everything that they had planned. We're running at about $62 to $65 a ton. And all the jobs were awarded to Elmer's. They'd had a discussion on the building and what kind of possibilities they want to look for. I think they're kind of moving towards getting some ideas what they want to do to build there and stuff. And the possibility of asking for a bond to sell bonds. But I didn't hear them say they wanted to increase millage to do so. I don't know that they can do that and make it work, but given some papers on some of the other communities that have done these projects. I think Antrim County was, no, it wasn't Emmett County, one in the UP, couple down and one in Kent. Well, some of these projects were $65 to $85 million projects. So it's not an easy ask, and I don't know how they financially can do it, but I was kind of surprised. One of them did in-floor heating, discovered that all that did was cause problems with the trucks because they refroze, but they got back out of there. So we have to have those kind of vehicles inside. So I don't know what the answer is. So they're looking at that. They've got to do something. We just don't have the room and we don't have the height. The village of Thompsonville last night they would like us to, they're working on their Parks and Rec. They can do grants and stuff,
The plan.
their Parks and Rec plan, and they've developed a survey. It's coming out shortly. And they would like us to put that on the county website when it gets here, and it's probably going to be in March. I'll have more information on that. And they increased rates this first year from $35 to $47. One of the wells are 70 years old. There's some concern. They were trying to sanitize these wells or whatever they were doing. We're sucking quite a bit of sand in one of them, so whatever, they have to replace a screen, I'm not sure. Like, every time you do this, I don't know, whatever they put down, the chemicals to do it, they push it down and then they suck it back up, push it down, and you get all kinds of goodies coming out of there. So anyway, they're working on that. And let's see, the last thing I wanted to bring up, because this was brought up to me in a phone call, the Historical Society is looking for opportunities for funding. They're a pretty good community asset. So I don't know if it's something we should consider with ARPA funding, or if there's a way that we can help them get grants. I'm throwing it out there to all the commissioners. If you have anything that we could bring forward to them, or an opportunity for them, I think we should do so, because they do a good service for our community. So that's all I got.
Questions for Gary?
I'd just like to make one comment, because you won't mention it now, Gary. You know, we have these groups talking to us about ARPA funding. Well, if you do the math, folks, that money's pretty much been committed already. So I don't want to give anybody, false expectations. But between broadband and housing, and the commitment we made for improvements that were deferred in this building on this campus, a lot of that money's committed already.
Just looking for, there are other ways to go.
Got it.
Thank you.
Gary, do you recall, I can't come up with it, how many at the Maples, how many beds is a break even point for them? I mean, if they're fully staffed, is it upper 60s or?
They actually wanted about 93 to 95% occupancy to make their bills and make money. And because of COVID and all that stuff, they were back just down to the 80s, and they'd actually, I don't know how they do it, basically taken beds away. So the number was smaller so they could maintain it, because if they don't, DHHS and Medicaid and Medicare cut them off. So they have to maintain that 80-some%. But this sounds like we're in good shape right now. We're putting them all back online. So
I can get with Nate on the side.
Bob, I will tell you that in conversations I've been in, I thought they told me like 68 beds.
And I recall that's possibly what it is. But that's all. Thanks. Any other questions? County Administrator?
Just a few things for me. The website, we're getting close to hopefully having it go live. They're still migrating in the background is what they have told me. We have a great deal of information on there, so it takes a little longer. As part of that migration, we had to kind of just draw the line as to how many old documents we'll have on that website. And so currently we have back over 20 years of documents, and we drew the line at 10. And so the new website will only have the last 10 years worth of documents on it, because there's a lot on there. We are in the process of working on the migration to the new licensing for Microsoft Office. So I will be coming to you soon with the approval of an invoice for that transition. It's about $24,000 to move over to the new Microsoft licensing. We budgeted for it in our capital fund, so we're okay there. But just so you know, that'll be coming down the pipe. What we're doing is we're streamlining it, and so we'll just have two styles of licensing for Microsoft Office. We're evaluating as to who needs what access, email versus the entire suite. And with that transition, we'll have the two-factor authentication where folks can either use an app on their cell phone or have a little token to log into their systems. So that is coming down the carpet, which is great. Carpet.
Yeah.
Here it is. It looks great. And so we still have one more phase of the first floor, the courts hallway, the courtrooms, and then out to my office in the courtroom. We have left to do on the first floor in 206. And then the whole first floor should have new carpet and look nice. So we're happy with it. I think it looks really good. As was already said, I spoke at the summit yesterday. Again, just a great event yesterday. There was, I think they said 100 people. I don't know if there was really 100 people there, but it was a great panel and, great updates from Tim Malone. And, we're doing good things in Benzie. I did email yesterday a letter of support regarding broadband. We are in the process of doing a Robin grant application to the state of Michigan to expand broadband. That letter of support that I sent you is just a template. If you could please share that with your constituents, with your townships and villages. The more support we can get from the community in written form, the better chances of obtaining a grant through the Robin funding. So that letter is just a template. It can be modified, but the more you can spread the word, the better. We also will have a website available, which will have that letter as well as some other unanswered questions for the community. Benzie.cccfiber.com will have project information, those letters of support. You can also fill out a petition on there as a homeowner, which says that if internet runs by my house, I commit to hooking up to it. It doesn't commit them to anything, but they're giving the commitment that they would hook up to the internet.
What was that website again? Is it active now?
The site itself is active, but the page is blank because we're still working on a few of the words and stuff. But benzie.cccfiber.com. And so if you were to just go to the Cherry Capital Communication website, they actually have a project tab. And in that drop down, you'll see Benzie County. So they're working in multiple other counties as well. So I ask that you please distribute that letter. We have an appraiser 2 position available downstairs and equalization. So if you know anybody who has the appropriate Michigan licensing, spread the word that we are recruiting for that position. Also on equalization, I received a report from the Property Services Division, which says that they are happy with what has been turned in by equalization. They believe it to be accurate, on time, and things are looking good. So we're nearing hopefully the end of that corrective action plan because they're feeling really good about the changes that we've made to equalization at the state level. Opioid settlement, we finally did receive money, so that's great. Staff met to talk about a brainstorming session, so we'll talk about that at the next meeting. I will be coming to you in March, though, to join another settlement. So they've settled the big 3, McKesson, Cardinal, and Janssen. Now they're working on settling some of the smaller distributors such as CVS, Walgreens, Walmart. They're considered small, I guess. And so in order to be eligible for any funds as part of those settlements, we have to take action to actually join those settlements like we did with the 3 that we've already settled. We've received about $100,000 to date. And then finally, I received an email from somebody who's looking just for a kudos letter, but I guess it's the sesquicentennial of the lowering of Crystal Lake this year. 150 years. Who knew? Apparently they lowered the lake 150 years ago.
They did.
So it's the sesquicentennial, I think is how you say it. So fun
You know
fact.
how it turns out.
Yeah.
Well documented.
Does anyone have any questions for me?
I just want to acknowledge in our packet, we have a detailed update from our new department head in equalization that wasn't required. And I really appreciate it. It was a great way to start her role in that position. and give her a lot of credit for doing that.
I know she's viewing the meeting right now, so
Oh.
she's hearing your kudos. So, yeah, Brian's doing great work down there. Anything else?
Anybody else? Move on to committee of the whole consent calendar, items 1 and 2.
Make a motion to approve the committee of the whole consent calendar.
Mark, you'll second.
There's a motion and support. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Not
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
motion carried.
Committee appointments. For Parks and Rec, and there's a motion in the packet.
So I would like to recommend the Board of Commissioner reappoints Lee Ferguson, Sean Dupron, Barb Skirdahl, Sean Johnson to the Parks and Rec Commission, terms expiring December 31st, 2025.
9 seconds.
Motion and support, further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Have any unfinished business?
Benzie Transportation Authority.
I'm sorry. There it is.
I don't even know.
Yeah, we made a recommendation. I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners appoints Brian Halliday to the Transportation Authority, term expiring April 30th of 26. We didn't want to have to bring this back in May.
Our second.
Motion and support. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
A comment, if I could, about some of these applicants. I know that in the two that we have just recommended, we had other candidates that didn't make the grade for this particular committee. But it occurred to me after the interviews that we should vet those other applicants to see how they might fit in other committees. Invite them maybe to participate that way.
Of course, and also our new application that we have rolled out for these committees appointments, folks can actually identify up to 3 committees that they're interested in on their application so that we can keep track of that. So as something comes about, we can reach out to them and say, hey, you had indicated.
And we have in the past. There's some common names here that we've interviewed for other spots that weren't the right fit, but and this one of these reappointments was one of those fellows.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. So now unfinished business. Correspondence?
Do we have to do any, I see that we had the room policy in here. Did we have to do anything with that this time?
I adjusted the last section about the fee and cancellation as requested. And then I also adjusted the nonprofit versus for-profit. And I realized now I forgot to send you the struck version.
Do you want to address that at a different time, or do you want to?
It was on the consent calendar.
Yeah, I thought so.
I included it simply to show the change.
Good. Any other correspondence? Brings our final public comment. Ms. Browning?
Hello, I'm Annie Browning. I live in the village of Beulah. And there are 3 notes that I took listening to the commissioners talk or say. First, let me back up. Happy Valentine's Day. I appreciate people wearing red. I'm not wearing red. I'm not good, I guess. But anyway, so the three notes that I took were, housing committee, the, sewer and master plan, although I'm not sure you said master plan, but that's something I'm working on. So the housing committee is so reassuring to know that there's, and get reassurance that there's things going on to help with housing, because living in the village of Beulah and renting, I don't know how long that's gonna last for me or anyone else. I know that we need help with that. So I'm really pleased about that. For the sewer, I'm so glad that is still being talked about. It's going on. It's still an issue for me. I pay sewer and water bill of $100 a month, which is significant for me. And it's really, I think sewer, I just wonder how long we can have so many people come up here and so many people flushing wastewater, and how long we can sustain that. Just the infrastructure, and that's really important to me. The last thing was the master plan. That's what I'm working on largely for the village of Beulah. And that is, we have 4 people who are work with, our primary charge is to put together our 5-year master plan, because ours hasn't been updated years and years. And so it's kind of defunct. So we're restarting that. And I just wanted to mention the people who are on it, because I really appreciate them. Keith Bam is his name. He's the chair. And then Barb Skirdahl and Debbie Smith and Ed Poper. So they're helping with that, and I'm really looking forward to just what kind of plan we can put in place so that we're not reacting to bad things that have happened, so that we can make our preferences known. So anyway, that's my spiel for today. So thank you.
Thanks, Annie. Any other public input? Close public input, and before we adjourn, we need to sort out, what do you want to do when you want to start this next committee of the whole? Want to take an hour and a half, or do you want to break for 20 minutes, half hour, and move right on it?
I'm open to whatever. I'm good either way. So we
You need to
roll
run
through.
home?
Pardon?
You need to run home?
Everybody else gonna stay house?
All right, let's take a 7-minute break. We'll reconvene.
Seven's not enough.
That's right, chop, chop, 7.
How about
minutes,
10?
so we can reconvene at 12:15.
Okay. There you go. Now you're unmuted.
Okay. This is the Benzie County Committee of the Whole. Today is Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2023. We are in the Frank Walter House Meeting Room. Roll call, please.
Cunningham,
Here.
Janat,
Here.
Markey,
Present.
Nye,
Here.
Roloffs.
Here.
Sauer,
Here.
Worsakki.
I'm here as well.
All right.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Okay, we have an agenda before us. The only item on our agenda for this meeting is goal setting today, but I would take a motion to approve it.
So moved.
Are we support for discussion? Were we changing anything from strategic plan talk before we go to goal setting? They
Or do-
kind of go hand in hand, but I thought that's what we talked about this morning.
Or do we talk about them hand in hand and
Okay.
decide ultimately
That's
that
fine.
it's just a strategic plan?
So we'll save that for discussion in the meeting.
Yeah, you could, I think the agenda's fine unless you want to adjust it to say goals and strategic plan. It's up to you.
I took those to be one and the same because to Bob's point, you do your goal setting after you have your plan.
Correct.
Because you want specific action items. So I'm going to interpret goal setting as we will be talking through this strategic plan.
Works for me.
I didn't take it that way, but that's okay for moving forward. I thought that the strategic plan was supplemental to our goal setting because the strategic plan was something we only did every 5 years. But now we're discussing amending the strategic.
Yeah, let me be clear. I'm not suggesting that we're amending it at all, but I think before we can get into goal setting, we need to review what those which those items were on the strategic plan.
And once we get into the meat of the meeting, I'm going to suggest we amend the strategic plan.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, so let's just start with the agenda. We have approval and support. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, so
The
moved.
hardest agenda we've ever approved.
And it's so short.
The easiest.
One item. Mhm.
I blame Evan.
We have minutes to approve from January 24th.
I'll make a motion to approve minutes from January 24th.
Mark, you will support.
Motion and support. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. That opens our first public comment. Is there anyone who'd like to speak? Seeing none, I will close public comment, and that will bring us to our task for the day.
I'm sorry. So let's do just a quick overview of the last year's goals that is in your packet. Black writing was the goals, green is where we left off. As we went over in December, we really accomplished the majority of those goals, or they were well on their way. Our staff, Jackie and Rose and I, are continuously working on the things that where we missed the mark a little bit, but we're working on those to have those things complete first quarter of 2023. Our strategic plan, you guys had taken time to update that in 2021, and you approved it just after I started in May. But you guys worked on it in like March and April is my understanding. So this strategic plan is set up in a way where it actually identifies a lot of goals. And the goals that we worked on last year really led us to these bigger goals and bigger visions that are in the strategic plan. So if the board would like to do a more detailed strategic plan that is really just a roadmap and we don't do an annual goal setting session, we could do that. Or we continuously do an annual goal setting session and just glance at our strategic plan. As you noted this morning, the strategic plan is a bit out of date for the simple fact that it's noting things regarding COVID and other things, and we've really moved past a lot of those things.
Well, that was exactly my observation, as I looked at the strategic plan as a tool to focus on our goal setting. It seemed very outdated to me. And so it kind of led to the idea that perhaps one of our goals should be, instead of redoing a strategic plan every 5 years, maybe this should be an every 2 years event, because your strategic plan is very important to your goal setting and your decision making. And again, as I looked at it, I kept thinking, this doesn't this shouldn't be here, this isn't applicable anymore, we've moved past this, so, but I'm open to what everybody else thinks as well.
What are other,
Well, the one thing we certainly are agreeing on, I think, is that whether we amend it or not, the strategic plan needs to be reviewed before you could set any goals. And I guess to your point, on the strategic plan, maybe we want to update it to the extent that we get rid of the stuff that's already happened, although that's historical information. I think that is helpful to those people that want to second guess what we're doing, but also look out even further than we have in the past, to the 15 and 20-year mark. What does that all look like? And I know that's real fuzzy, but.
Yeah, and I think that nothing's gonna delete the 2021 or the 2020 plan, 2021 plan. It will always be out there for reference. But, maybe in our new strategic plan, we have a long-term goal section, which we don't seem to have in our current strategic plan. I just, it references the municipal analytics document. I don't think we're relying on that anymore as far as our fiscal.
I don't know how we can.
Right. And so for that to be referenced and not updated, it just doesn't make it a very usable document.
I will say many other counties, they look at their strategic plan annually or biannually. So the fact that this is more of a 5-year thing, I think is not a good path to go down. Because like things change so much. I mean, things are completely upside down. If you're looking at the municipal analytics, we're completely opposite in a lot of ways. And so I do think the approach of reviewing that more often is the appropriate way to go. In my opinion, just for instance, Grand Traverse County, they're every 2 years, and they actually, rather than having a written document, just have tables and Excel spreadsheets of the bullet points and things that they're working on. Ours is a bit more, memorialized. To keep the historical practice, we have like a preface in the report that says, here's where we've been, here's where we want to go.
So is a good place to start, just to see if there's agreement that the mission statement, value statement still fit?
Well, starting from the top is usually pretty good.
I just didn't know if we wanted to review the 2020, the goals list that Katie has, but everybody's taken a look at those, right?
And we went over them in December,
Okay,
pretty closely.
so, sure. Does everybody have this strategic plan in front of them? I do as well. I guess the only thing that I think would make this a little bit more difficult is I did not put the time into amending the strategic plan. I used it only as a tool to make a list of goals. So I don't think this can get done in one meeting. I think I would want time to sit with the document and really look at it and perhaps consider what Katie said about, is there a different format that would be better moving forward?
Well, we came here today for goals, and I'm assuming that most of you have some sort of list or a couple things that you wanted to add to a list of goals. Why don't we go through that exercise of hearing everybody's thoughts, and then we can work on kind of mending those two documents together, the list from today and the strategic plan. So then we could present maybe a start to a reformatted, rewritten strategic plan. Because really those goals should be fitting into some of these bigger visionary items in here. So if we could take your goals and then we could mold them in there to give us a start on a new plan.
Okay, I'd like to start.
And Jackie's happy to write them so they're visual like last year, so that we can remove things off the list that they don't make sense. And she's a
One thing
great
I thought,
handwriting.
I don't know if it's a goal or if it's a policy or what it is, but we always seem to have, and we discussed it in the, when we got rid of the board today, because there's employees on it.
Yeah,
But we always seem to have employees that are bashing their bosses, bashing the administrator, bashing the county board, and they're doing it on social media, and they're doing it,
Mhm.
and that makes no sense to me. Like, if I were in the city, if I were to do some of those things, what would happen to me?
Right.
Where would I be tomorrow?
Right.
Right?
You'd
Looking
be
for a
in
job.
chief's office.
Yeah, I'd be in the chief's office, probably looking for a job. So how do we curtail that?
There's a
Leadership.
fine line.
Leadership.
Leadership is a big thing. There is a fine line of, when we're getting into the social media aspect and this whole fine line of free speech, obviously you have to be
You
careful
have
with
free
that.
speech, but you don't
But
have
the random
freedom from the
scuttle,
ramifications of what you say.
yeah,
right? So
but the
if you
random
bash your
scuttle around the
employer-
building, I try to address it head on. I just call people out, because it's ridiculous and it's gotten better, but it still happens and it's going to always happen. But it's part of building that team and building that organization. And, people need to be comfortable coming to me and coming to you if there's an issue. It also involves the updated policies and setting those clear expectations of, for lack of better words, chain of command. In the sheriff's office, there's a chain of command. And so those are things that we need to establish to make clear. Now it adds a whole dilemma, I shouldn't say dilemma, but a different dynamic with elected officials as well, because they have to agree to that chain of command or that process. And so we could do that. We can all sit down and put our heads together to come up with some sort of, chain of command per se. But it just all boils down to that organizational culture and building the team and, that comfort level of going to each other.
So an investment in employees or employee morale, is that a goal that we're talking about here?
Yes. I mean, we do that every day where the one day I walked cupcakes around the whole building. It's little things that we're trying to increase the morale in the building.
Well, teamwork efficiencies and employee morale can do a lot for an organization.
Yes.
What you need to do is you need to drill down about where is that lack of contentment. First off, it's going to be fairly isolated, but you need to understand before you can attack the problem, what that real problem really is.
Right.
I have, by the way, had my concerns when I'm reading the paper, other communities, and they have how they've reacted to some employees that have made comments. In my opinion, those are lawsuits.
Yeah.
That some lawyers just going to love because that's winnable. It's a balance between supporting your employer, but having your First Amendment rights to say what you want.
Right.
Because somebody doesn't like what I'm doing, there should be no retaliation. So for me, the first goal would be related to that is to understand where the employee discontentment is.
So I don't read social media for a reason.
Right.
I'm not aware of any of this, so I guess I have my blinders on.
I just what I hear out in the community, on social media either, so. Nor am I.
And I can say the change in culture is happening here at the building. I mean, you can see with our new administration, the effort they're making for a cohesive community at the workplace. I mean, you have.
There's still work to be done though.
There's more to be done though, and it should be a goal
Mhm.
to be a.
Spell that word wrong.
If she spells it wrong, do not tell her.
Looks great to me.
There's no spell check on that, is there?
Did we not develop a social media policy or did we give it up?
We did, but that's specific to Benzie County pages. So we have a emergency management page, we have a sheriff's office page, we have an EMS page, we have an animal control page, we have a solid waste page. There's so many pages. I don't agree with that, but they're in place. So that really manages that. And where that covers the employee in that policy is if an employee goes on one of those pages, like and just comments and retaliation and says something on the lines of they're representing the county's opinion or they're, those sort of things. So they have to, conduct themselves in a manner to not represent the county in poor light when they're identifying themselves as an employee.
My other concern is And then I get it brought up to me all the time. If there's discontent, I hear about it.
Yeah, the
which I don't
mail.
want. Now we're still working on that. That's a damn post office.
Yeah.
And we're not the ones running the show. We're not working every day with these folks. We're not administrators. I mean, I heard it at the Maples and stuff, and it happens.
Mhm.
But we need to step aside and do the chain of command, just like she said. Pointed out, this is where you need to go. You have trouble voicing your opinion, be happy to go with you.
And do we have a flow chart for that? So we'll know that might be a simple goal.
Mm.
They do a flow chart that goes across departments or chain of command.
So we could maybe, in a visual sense, I know downtown we had some sort of the disciplinary policy that was in place illustrated a flow that, you go to your immediate supervisor and yeah.
I
Mhm.
thought we were trying to circumvent all that though with an HR person and get everything directed to one place. So we
It's-
weren't having people react differently to different situations.
It still should go to an immediate supervisor. There's still that, even with HR, it still should try to be solved in the office first. That's standard.
Our dynamics are a lot different with elected officials. Because there's no control on any of us. I mean, to be honest.
Tammy's like, I try to conform.
No, I mean, you can't get them all to agree.
Yeah.
I'm just stating facts. I'm not.
So, Jackie's a resource to those folks. So while it goes to the immediate supervisor and then maybe the department head, Jackie's the resource through that process. And she's the resource to offer how to respond and those sort of things. Ultimately, when, say, the department head can't solve the issue, that's when it really comes to Jackie and I to process that way.
I have to assume also that with the union employees, probably is documentation about grievances and what to do.
So the contracts themselves have the grievance process spelled out, but not the disciplinary action necessarily spelled out. It's the grievance process itself. So if we're not getting to a grievance, we've come up with a process that the sheriff's office and the rest of us are following with the different predetermination, determination hearings and such and so forth. It has not been memorialized yet, but that's the process we've been following, is that process.
And perhaps that is what was lacking in my memory, is there wasn't a process in place. So before it even got to the person who was in the HR role, mistakes had been made.
Correct. Yep.
And that was causing issues.
Right. And so we're a lot better. I can promise you that. We need to memorialize the process, but it's a
Okay, so
lot
that should
better.
be a goal.
Yeah.
We need to have a documentation program. That way you
So
can't let things slide.
it's a
If it doesn't get
policy. It would be a
documented,
policy.
You don't have anything to go with.
It'd be a disciplinary action policy.
And is that something that this board needs to say, this is what we want? Vote on? Or is that something that's got to go through union negotiations?
No, the union wouldn't have a say in our process for disciplinary. It's spelled out in the grievance process when it gets to that point. We have obviously we can't just fly off the cuff. But no, they wouldn't say, well, no, you have to do this and this. They expect us to not fly off the cuff. And if we were to fly off the cuff, then the union steps in.
That's why you have a list of what you need. You need the documentation, prove it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that gets set aside quite often.
But
It's getting better.
The value in this, in documenting it, is that you've got something you can defend in court. For me, that's what this is all about.
Correct.
It's kind of like your harassment policy.
Yep.
And anybody can accuse anybody, but when you end up in court, the first thing they're going to be looking for is, well, what's your policy?
Correct.
So they know that we don't support that position.
And so a disciplinary action policy would come before you, just like the harassment policy and the equal opportunity policy. All of those policies come before you for final approval. They go through our legal counsel. They go to the elected officials, because the elected officials have to have something in place or they can sign on to ours. Technically, that's what I'm told. And so they just sign on to ours.
So they could, theoretically, we could have every elected official have their own policy. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute.
But that
That'll
employee
work.
though is in a predicament because we're technically a co-employer. And so Tammy and I can have conflicting policies, and that's a problem for that employee. Because we're co-employers.
Aren't we, isn't that a problem for us too if we go to court?
But we primarily depend on the collective bargaining agreement in almost all of those situations.
So for continuity purposes, do we have, and this might be a program where department heads and supervisors are like mentored or trained or classes? So this is how you handle an employee that needs corrective actions or?
So we've been sitting down with the appointed staff. So Corey, we're going through a process right now. Brianne, we will, Rebecca, those folks. The undersheriff comes to us for a lot of guidance in his disciplinary processes that he handles. The other departments really don't have an issue though. And if they do, we don't know about them because they generally just don't have disciplinary issues. So I'm not saying they would, I'm not saying they're not.
So the elected officials in their departments, have they been, I know in the past it was very independent islands.
Yes,
Are we starting to bridge those islands?
I believe so. I mean, with Tammy and I have a wonderful rapport. Shelley and I have a wonderful rapport.
Because anything I think that we would want to do as a county, we would hopefully would be conducive for the elected officials to do as well. I mean,
It has gotten miles better. There's still improvement to be made. And part of the process when we're doing these personnel policies and operational policies is the elected officials and the appointed staff, everybody reviews it, gives their suggestions and buys into it that way. Now, that's not saying that they could say, well, I'm not going to enforce this policy later on if it became an issue. But the process that we're following now is to get everybody's buy-in so that we are building bridges among everybody.
excellent, good.
So I think the bigger picture in this, we had on the last goals that you were going to accounting administration to identify top 10 policies to redraft in 2022. I mean, we knew we were behind in the policy arena. We knew our policies needed updating.
Correct.
Is a bigger goal to continue that one for another 10 this year, identifying that, the discipline, a flow chart, something is needed. Is that a goal that administration wants to have?
So there's two different policies that we have. We have operational policies, which is the 10 you're referring to, and then we have personnel policies. Rose and Jackie are working on the personnel policies and we're trying to just give it to you as a package rather than piecemealing it. So the personnel policies are coming in 2023. I'm still working on operational policies, but now that we have 10 and I have a couple more in the hopper, we're getting to the point where we're looking at old ones and potentially just rescinding them. And now we're getting to a point where we're finding more specific policies to Benzie County versus general purchasing policies and, those sorts of things. Is there probably 10 more? Most likely, yes. But the personnel policies, the operational policies are separate.
The employee policy, are revamping that whole thing? Going to present it this year?
I can tell you, Rose just sent me 3 to review. So we're plugging along on them. Yes.
Okay.
Would it help if we start at the top in our goals and go through like the notes that we all maybe have made to start directing us on what needs to be adjusted?
So you want to start with the 2022 Benzie County goal list?
Yeah.
Do you want to walk us through that, Katie?
Work?
Sure.
I'm asking.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
Because then I think it gives us a focus of what you had as a goal, as a group. And then what our solutions or adjustments are to it, or deletions, whatever.
Sure, I think we can work through this list pretty quickly.
Okay. So the first item under management was technology upgrades, and we worked to define roles for technology implementation. And I had noted that the expectations had been placed. So it used to be that everyone just ordered whatever technology they wanted, and then IT Right built the bridge to make all the systems talk. And so we've gotten to a point where we're becoming more symmetrical and more aligned with all of our technology. As we replace devices, they're all the same brand, universal, same brand. We're evaluating the purchases. And our contracted IT person or company, they won't order anything until I've given the approval. And so we put that expectation in place and they're working well now.
And are we, if I may, are we looking at this to be a 1-year plan or a 5-year plan?
I think the goal to make sure
1 to
technology is
2.
running smoothly and always, updated, that should always be on
That
the
would be
list.
a-
I mean,
a big-
technology changes. And
Mhm.
so I think staying current with technology and making sure at least, I mean, we're lucky that you guys are as technologically savvy as you are.
So that brings a question up as well regarding IT. Is there a time when the county looks at a full-time or a part-time IT position?
That's exactly.
I am going to be presenting that to you at budget time. I know for sure. We're spending a ton of money on IT, more so than I think we'd pay a full-time employee. And since IT Right was wonderful, they were a wonderful company. They've been acquired by a national company called VC3, and the service is lacking horribly. I sat down with their CEO and I just told him, listen, you need to improve or we're gone. And so they've worked over the last couple of months to try to improve the processes, the response times. They seem to have gotten better for a couple of weeks. And now we're back to you can put in a ticket and you don't even hear from a service tech for a week. And sometimes that we can't wait a week on things. So luckily there's a few of us on the campus who can fix minor things. We can. But it's just lacking horribly. The Eli is our tech right now. He lives in Lake City, so he's only here once a month is when we have somebody in the building. And so it's not working. We pay them $70,000 a year plus anything that we buy, contracts for like Microsoft, those kind of things. 70,000 is just their service, and then we pay for everything else on top of that anyways. So it may be time to start considering a full-time person, because I can tell you, I spend a lot of time doing IT things on the campus to try to help them because they can't get here. And I can't have that taken all of my time. I'm happy to help sometimes because I know how to do it, but I can't have those things taken all of my time. And so it'd be nice to have somebody that resided on the campus.
And we know that Rebecca was spending a lot of her time too.
Yes, she was.
And I would agree with you on that, thinking about that, because I thought IT, but not only, well, IT would also include your cybersecurity.
Correct.
I would
Yes.
hope,
Yes.
For a person. And I can see where.
Yep. So we have certain firewalls and things in place by the IT company who monitors that. We're going to be rolling out the 2-factor authentication, which is added cybersecurity. And so, but it would be nice to have somebody who's thinking and doing
That's
it
their
all
job.
day. Because a tech once a month and a call for service a week later, it's just, we can't have that.
The caution I'd put out there, and I know that we're not into solutions.
Right.
But there is advantages to hiring these things out third party because they have deeper benches,
Mhm.
depending on what your need is. No one person can handle every need that you have. And I always like the sense of keeping things variable expenses if I can. So I would hope that just instead of just looking internally, I mean, the issue today isn't our approach. Our issue today is our provider.
Mhm.
And I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know, that still might be the best way to go. Just
Different
make sure
provider.
we have a different provider.
Yeah. We've been talking about it quite a bit on how to move forward because we're not happy with VC3.
How long are we committed to these?
The contract in place
We
is,
can bid it out tomorrow.
yeah.
This is the final thought on using third party. I think the best example we have in front of us right now, legal counsel. When we moved legal counsel to Cole Stoker, we did that because of the deep bench they have. But frankly, from my view, we do a much better job today, but we haven't been in court in a while. That's a lot because
You jinxed us. You jinxed us.
I know.
I didn't do that.
Can I take that back?
Thank you.
Yes, there's a certain amount of these folks that have been in court.
Yes. So we can,
Okay.
we can consider that for instance, Manistee, Gordon is their IT person on site, but they still contract for a lot of their IT services. They still have a tech on site. And so there's many ways to skin the cat. Grand Traverse has a whole department and they take care of the city as a contract. Manistee has a contract, still has a person on site. We just have a contract. So there's a lot of ways to look at it. And we're considering those other ways because we're just not happy with the level of service we're receiving.
So the goal would be to explore options.
Correct.
Just as a side note, I'm interested, how many direct reports do you have right now?
Oh, geez. Seven.
Because there is.
Oh, eight. Karen Korolenko, I forgot her because we just added her.
There's a limit to how many direct reports a person can have, depending on those responsibilities. Because they're not common, but each one individual, that's makes it harder for you to manage that.
Okay, that moves us down to the personnel policy updates, which remains a goal. And is being focused on.
Yes, so we skipped over the operational policy updates and redrafts. So we've done more than 10 now because we had 2 or 3 more right at the beginning of the year. So we're continuously working on that. We're always looking at the policies and updating policies appropriately. The personnel policies are being worked on as we speak. So those are ongoing until we get them done. And then when they're done, we'll have to look at them again. Because that's how policies should be done.
I can tell you at Central Wellness, they rotate every policy. They're constantly in rotation.
All the time.
Review and updating.
They actually have a committee. That's all they do.
Yep.
All they do is keep them going and then they initial and mark every time the eyes are laid on them. And
That's how it should be.
Art suggests, which is a great idea to have your redlined copy and your changes and what it came from. So
yeah, that's how it should be.
Yeah. So that would be a goal. Yeah. Not only update, but create a rotation, revised.
Yeah, constant updates. The next one was review and assess partnerships with local agencies such as health department, benefits agents, animal welfare league. We did that. And we've looked at them. And so we'll continue to look at other ones as they come about, you know, looking closer at Central Wellness and their relationship with us and that 60-40 makeup. You know, the original one was based on the census. Well, now we're 20 years out from a census. So 60-40 may not be the appropriate split anymore. It may be a different percentage based on what we're doing. And so those are things we need to look at as well. But we addressed Animal Welfare League. We've addressed the benefits agent. We've addressed Maples and the working relationship there. So these are things that we're doing. ARPA dollars. So that is on your next agenda, is to start talking about ARPA again. And so technically we still have 40% to allocate. We did not fully commit 30% to that broadband yet, though we did commit $1.5 million to broadband. And so, but you did not take action to actually commit that 30% of that to broadband. So we technically still have 40% left to allocate. We committed 30% to internal needs and 30% to housing. We're already working on some of those internal needs, some of the smaller ones that we can get done. For instance, digitization. Rose just ordered 4 scanners for departments to have on their desk. And so people are scanning, working to digitize our documents. So that's a great thing. Rebecca's working on the court security project with adding the vestibule there outside of the courtroom. So that's a great thing. So those things are happening, but we still technically have that 40% to allocate.
Walk me through that, because I hear what you're saying, something about formalities having to take place, but we at least verbally committed to 1.5 million to broadband. There was another 200,000 we committed. Forget about the source right now, okay? That we committed for a consultant. In housing, we've committed, that'll be about 8.25.
So it was 120 to the Frankfurt Area Community Land Trust, and then it was 600,000 to Homestretch.
Okay.
But we haven't paid, or 700. You're right. We haven't paid Homestretch yet. We've only paid the Frankfurt Area Community Land Trust.
Get that, but it's an obligation that's out there. And then we've got a third of it that's going to go towards the campus. Help me understand where we still have 40% to allocate.
We didn't officially allocate to the broadband yet.
Yes.
We committed.
Committed to it. I mean,
but it wasn't ARPA dollars that we
It wasn't
committed.
ARPA dollars. We have a fund balance that's well over our threshold. We have 400,000 in contingency. We still have over 200,000 in CARES Act that are now recognized as general fund. We have a DTRF that Shelley's happy to
I guess
loan
I would
from.
offer that the ARPA fund, what, by 2026, right? It has to be.
We have to
spent
commit by 2024 and spend by
2024,
2026.
So I don't understand why we wouldn't make that commitment.
So at the time, it was a consensus of this board to say, let's set aside the 40% and talk about it later. So you specifically said 30% to housing and 30% to internal needs. We briefly talked about an additional 30% to broadband, but you never said yes.
I'd say we're there. And by
I
the
need
way,
to
I
hear
hear what
that.
you're saying, that, and we've said this consistently, there's multiple sources of funding.
Yes.
For that 1.5 million. So I think then one of our goals is we need to know, how's that going to break down? So then we really know how much is left for ARPA dollar.
So am I hearing then that we do want to go ahead and say 30% to ARPA, and then I'll come up with a breakdown for the rest? Because 30% is about 1,039,000.
Unless you can come up with $1 million another way.
I can try.
Take a little away from housing. I think we've got too much there, but.
Well, and that's the other thing. Maybe we want to adjust the 30% housing because the habitat, we don't know what's going to happen with that.
That's not going to, I'd be surprised that happened in our
We
timeline.
didn't commit the money.
And
to
we
that
never
line.
committed it. So, you know, maybe you lower the 30% threshold. I don't know.
It was 500 to home stretch, right? We're
Let me
throwing
just-
around numbers here that.
Let me look it up.
Either 7 or 8.
That was 500 to home
Oh,
stretch
it
and
was-
120 to the Frankfurt Land Trust.
I will tell you.
Couple other
Because I
organizations.
remember a
that
number
need
of
to
800 at one
come
point.
so.
I know housing is your thing, Art, but I just don't, to give government, if you can't afford a house, get a second job.
You should, you know, I hear what
I
you're saying.
mean, that's what I did, right? I
Evan,
didn't,
you've been consistent about that.
I know.
But you,
500.
you're living in a bubble as far as I'm concerned. You know, I have, in my world, I get to see where the real needs are. And their government at times
So what is that?
is a solution in when you include the private sector.
Mhm.
But affordable housing never takes place without this, what they refer to as gap financing.
We have the rest
I
of this
heard
year
what you
and
said.
2024.
You were able to use your own resources to get to where you're at today. And I applaud you for that. But I can give you a whole room full of people that quite frankly don't even have the capacity to be able to find their own way.
And that was one of the number one things when I was going door to door, I mean, and asking people that they consistently brought up was affordable, ownable housing was one of the top.
We've got a member of our board right here that has seen fit to help their family members with housing, probably more than one member. No, but not everybody has those resources.
It's not that much left to housing.
So I get what you're saying. There is a limit to what we can do, but I certainly would never want to think that there isn't a role for government.
I can also tell you that in the region, people are very impressed by Benzie and the support we're giving for housing. The fact that we did 30% of our ARPA is unheard of in the region. The others did not allocate that large of a percentage. And so people are very proud of us for that.
But plus, I want to add this. We didn't just arbitrarily give money. In my view, we did it the right way. We were looking specifically for organizations that were partnering with nonprofits. We were looking for organizations that had the capacity within their leadership group to actually finish a project. They agreed to keep these properties in perpetuity. And there was a fourth component, but it's.
Matching.
Oh, yeah, and matching funds. So I thought that we used a really disciplined way to approach this. We are just throwing money at it. We're saying you got to meet this criteria in order for it to happen. And going back to Habitat, that's going to be a problem for them long-term anyway, even if we were to come back here, because their leadership group called me after our meeting. I wanted to know exactly what my issues were with respect to their request. And I said, you need to keep these properties at least a minimum 20 years available for affordable housing. They said, well, our bylaws don't allow that. I said, but you write your bylaws.
Right.
So if they were to bring that request back to me, unless they've cured that, that's a non-starter for me. I just want to emphasize that we haven't just thrown the money out there. I think that we thought it through and conditioned it appropriately.
Yeah.
So I think the final, where you have 1.5 million, I mean, I think if we were all to say what's on our goal list, I mean, ARPA funds are gonna be on the goal list, right?
Yes.
So I think that needs to be an overriding, determine where those funds are gonna go. We have, what, 10 months left to do that? So.
Well, the end of 2024.
We got
December 31st. So technically we have all of this year and all of next year.
When
But we
said-
run the risk of folks not being able to actually spend those monies the longer we wait, because they have to be spent by 2026 by the agencies we award them to. So the longer we wait, we hurt them.
Was that
And when
something
we
did
say
for-
earmarked for by 2020, it actually has to be to something, right? We can't just say 30% to housing. It actually has to be to Bob
It has to be
Housing or
spent.
Joe's. It has to be specific.
Yeah, we gotta be spending it.
Specific project and dollar amounts.
Yeah.
But what I've heard consistently is that if you have a project that's gonna take into 27 to get completed or needs the funding, probably gonna be that flexibility. But I mean, we don't want to rely on that.
The project wouldn't necessarily have to be complete, but it has to be expended.
Yeah, as to broke ground.
Yeah.
And while I'm thinking about it, at 200,000 that we committed as a board for consulting fees, you know, we can give a portion, well, I don't want to speak for the EDC without being in a meeting, but it has every evidence. We're going to be able to give back a good portion of that. So that can be used to fund some requests too. Wouldn't you?
I agree.
Mhm. So ARPA's on the list. The next item was millage evaluation. I'm not sure that's a this year, maybe a next year, as we're getting into considering Headley. But we were successful in all of our millage renewals and increases, which was a great thing.
I think the way that that could remain a goal, though, is we need to really look closely at the L4029 for right sizing millages this year.
Specifically the SRO.
SRO, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up.
Just say L4029 and yeah, and then say dash SRO.
Do the tax assessments.
There may be other ones. we
Dash
need to look
SRO.
at.
Right.
Yep. So the city of Frankfurt will be sending us about 211,000. Yes.
And didn't you tell us at the last meeting that with respect to Headley, that's only an action that we can bring to the public in a presidential election year?
No, I'm waiting to hear back from Matt on the exact rollout, because the other question that was asked was, does the committee have to be in place to put it on the ballot, or can the committee say, yes, do this, and then the committee falls apart and then it goes on a ballot?
And I think it's the right thing to look at what we're assessing on these special millages. Keep in mind, and this is the way it should be, it's all a taxpayer benefit, because it's not like we can allocate those monies somewhere else.
Right.
So what I was going to suggest is, if I could, is I believe that there's another way without burdening the community to raise additional funds. And that's by having a countywide tax for visitors. You can put that right into the hotels. A lot of our expense comes from when our population triples from Memorial Day to Labor Day. And as far as I'm concerned, the tourists are getting the free ride.
It's a tourism tax is what you're
Well, they
kind of.
some call it a countywide bed taxes. I'm not going to try to say what the solution is today, but I believe there's ways that we can raise additional money from the appropriate group without burdening our own
CBB
residents.
already implement that? Wasn't there a
That's different
percentage?
altogether.
So, all right, so what percentage is that charging, and what are you proposing you do on top of that? I mean, I'm not in the.
It'd be premature for me
That
to,
was levied against my parents when they had that.
it'd be premature for me to say what that number should be. But the CVB collected 2% assessment until they went to Traverse City. Now they're collecting 5%.
5%.
Convention and Visitors Bureau. But none of that money, other than what they choose to bring back to the community, none of that money is within our control. If you look at other communities that rely heavily on tourism trade, whether it be conferences or recreation, they will have another tax that they might collect 1 or 2% that's used for the general fund of the community, county.
So you're looking at hotels, short-term rentals,
Yeah, I am, but I don't want to, I don't know exactly how to apply it. I'm suggesting that we explore it is what I'm suggesting.
Grand Traverse County explored it in 2016.
Did they ever implement one? I can guarantee you the lodging owners are going to push back on you.
Yep.
But here's the irony. And by the way, I was in that business for 20 years. So I think I can speak freely on this. They didn't ever, they swore they'd never go over 2%. And the minute they went to Traverse City, they went to 5%. By the way, the only one that benefited from that move, and I've told them this directly, is Traverse City. Because they went from collecting about 250,000 a year to a little over $1 million. I'll guarantee you, they're not spending $1 million a year promoting Benzie County. It's not happening. So your pushback is going to come from your lodging owners. So you'd have to develop a strategy that helped them understand what's the real benefit.
Yeah, it says that the CVBs and Hotels and Motels Associations fought against it in 2016. Grand Traverse County was calling it a room tax.
Okay.
CB, whatever you just call it.
CVB.
Is that the organization that does not allow a government entity to sit on those boards? Just those,
You know,
that's the one I'm thinking of?
I was one of the founders of the CVB locally, and I don't remember that at all.
Don't remember anybody from commission or,
Well, there was nothing that prohibited them from sitting on it, but they decided to, all the board members were lodging owners.
I kind of look at that, there's no oversight by the government, not that I want the government oversight either, but this is a tax. And some government entity ought to have a little bit of a voice involved.
I hate to have semantics here, but it's actually an assessment. It's not a tax. I don't know what the difference is, what distinguishes the difference. And the reason why you wouldn't have any oversight is it because the Tourism Bureau is probably a nonprofit organization and it goes to them to allocate how they wish.
Well, the state requires that those funds be used for promotion and those sort of
And who
things.
follows up?
The state.
State does.
Oh, whoa. No wonder we're having so much.
There's forms that the accountant fills out on behalf of the CVB.
Reporting, yeah.
And like going forward, by the way, Traverse City calls it the Traverse City Convention or.
Well, they're TC
Tourism Bureau.
Tourism now, but they were the Convention and Visitors Bureau.
So I can tell you with most of the short-term rental ordinances that are being implemented in our smaller municipalities, there is a that goes along with it. So these people are paying to the entity. Alberta, the Village of Alberta is $250 a year for every short-term rental. Benzonia has it, Beulah has it. That's just mine. You probably all know about yours. So there is income being generated
At the local level.
at the local level.
They started collecting that already.
Yes.
Well, that's great, but it doesn't do anything for us for the sheriff's department or sheriff's office. I mean, because they're funneling the money back to county, are they?
Oh.
No.
No, not to my knowledge.
They're hanging on to it.
And the fees that I'm talking about, although again, the lodging owners will resist it, I'm not asking that to come out of their pocket. Now, they'll make the argument that it is because it's a roadblock for them to raise their prices. But call around some of the major communities, they're all collecting them. You stay in a hotel in Chicago, I know we're not Chicago, but you end up paying about 12% more than what the room rate is.
Mhm.
I think you're exactly, I think it's 12.5%. So I'm going to Chicago in March.
Hospitality tax or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
And truth be told, it's not gonna, if you're coming here and you want to go somewhere and there's a 2%
They're gonna pay it.
tax, I mean, I have never looked at a hotel and said, oh shit, it's darn. it's
They were on
2%
YouTube
more.
now?
I'm not doing it. All right, you just do it because you're going there.
We'd want to approach the community, the lodging community in the right way to have this discussion. A couple of them, their business practices are mature enough that they're already aware of it. Quite frankly, Crystal Mountain's probably quite aware that their competitors collect things. And they probably account for 60% of the revenue that's generated for the CVB.
Do they?
Paid
Yeah, they're paying.
Paid to whom?
5%. Right.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
but their guest is paying that, they're not.
No, exactly, but if you're thinking about that, I just wanted.
Sure. Yep.
That's a big jump at the end of the day.
They're by far the biggest. Our CVB, even at 2%, was collecting more than Manistee was. The reason why they were is because the casino used to collect it.
I do know that during the tourist months, it puts a strain on all of our public services, fire, EMS, law enforcement.
This has been an approach in the UP in a couple communities because of law enforcement, EMS, fire. We don't have the funds to keep you here. You're going to be here in the summer. That's how they were going to approach it. I don't know how successful it was. It's a hell of a discussion to have later. So
I know it'll be controversial, but I think we need to be willing to take the subject up.
Where
But
we at?
that money goes to Traverse City then?
Yes.
It goes to Traverse City that then allocates it back for marketing purposes. And they design the marketing plan with the help. So they don't have a board here locally anymore. They've got a couple people from Benzie County that sit on their board. So it's at their discretion, at their board's discretion.
Suspect that Benzie County does not get named a whole lot in their advertisements.
You know, I've talked to some lodging owners that tell me it has lifted their business. But then when you start asking, but how much did you increase your rates by? I'm not sure they're getting more nights rented. I think they're just getting a bigger rate. That's all.
I'd be surprised who's in that market of being on those boards. One of the same people's on the board of Munson Hospital, as well as one of the larger funding facilities in the county.
Probably beat this horse enough, but I'm glad to see it made the list and can explore it as time goes on. Do it the right way, though. We want to engage the lodging community immediately. Not springing on them.
I will say that Michigan ranks number 5 for the highest taxing for lodging already. We're only 2 behind Hawaii.
Yeah, but who's getting all the money?
it's in Hawaii.
Just saying.
Where are we at on the list, Katie?
Let me go back. So now we're on to professional development and staff investment. Those are things that are being worked on, updating job descriptions. Those are being worked on. All of the positions that we've hired in the last year, their positions posted had updated job descriptions. So we're working through that. We're learning that a lot of jobs really don't have job descriptions. So we're almost having to start from scratch on job descriptions, which is interesting. And then as far as staff development, those are things we've been encouraging over and over again to folks, sending their people to training. I know the sheriff's office, they're sending their people to a lot more training. We budgeted extra money for that. We have some free training coming down the road from the Attorney General for their office. So that's really exciting. I encourage staff to go to training as well. And so it's just a matter of encouraging that. The funding is there. It's just, we have to allow the folks to go. Mhm.
Just want to backtrack for a second too, that this list that we're making is not this is for consideration.
This one, yeah.
Yeah.
This is for us to talk about.
This is for us to talk about. These are not the set in stone goals okay, just for clarity. Right.
Yep.
Katie, with respect to employee development, in the private sector, when we would send people for training or further development, there was generally opportunity behind that. As they grew, they were going to grow in their position. What is it that we can offer our employees that would encourage them to be better at their job? Because it seems like professional growth at the county level is limited.
Mm-hmm. It is. There's not a ton of opportunity always to move up in a county organization. But it's not all of that. It's the fact that we're showing we're investing in these people, that we care for these people, we value their input into our county organizazation. And so giving them a morale, exactly. And so giving them these opportunities to just hone in on some of their skills, or, for instance, Brianne, she's like, I'm a really bad public speaker. And I said, we'll send you to class for that. Just to help her with those, because as a department head, she'll be addressing you more and others more. And so that's something she knows she lacks. And so it's just a matter of investing into those employees. They may not be promoting in the near future, but it shows that we are taking pride in our staff by helping them better their skills.
What percentage of the employees do you think take some level of continuing education or development or in the course of a year?
So the sheriff's office, corrections
Let's
officers,
exclude them
okay,
because
I was saying they have a lot of training that they're required to do.
EMS does too, by the way.
EMS has a lot of training that they're required to do. Equalization has training they're required to do.
Okay.
Becky, also emergency management, 911 have certain required hours that they have to do. Animal control does training. My office goes to training. Shelley actually sent her folks to some training. It wasn't required, but she sent her folks to some training this last year for her office. I do believe that the Register of Deeds has certain required trainings for passport. I know that the Veterans Affairs has so many hours that they have to maintain and training to keep their licensing. So there's a lot of them that are fully required, but then there's some additional things that aren't.
okay. Sounds like a good percentage of the employees are taking advantage of it,
Yes.
whether it be mandatory or not.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about job descriptions. When you write job descriptions, are you limiting what you can have an employee do?
No, there's always the last line of any and all things assigned by your supervisor.
Because I've ran into that with union.
And that's the trouble with the job descriptions on the books, or lack thereof. It limited us. All of the new ones all have a statement that says something on the lines of any and all other tasks assigned by your supervisor. So then it doesn't limit us so much. So for instance, the appraiser too, they didn't actually have a real job description. It was just a memo with a few bullet points. We made it a job description.
Or do we have job descriptions for corrections officer? All those for maintenance and
Yes,
so all that.
but
stuff's
maintenance has
covered?
two different ones. One for the,
Okay.
well, one for the jail and one for here. It shouldn't be like that.
It's a different
But
building.
that's why there's a turf war. But it shouldn't ever be like that, because then there's turf wars. If you're the maintenance coordinator for Benzie County, you're the maintenance coordinator for the campus. But the fact that we have two job descriptions for the same position, now there's a turf war. Well, that's not my light, so I'm not changing that bulb.
That's what usually happens. Yeah.
Right. So we need to fix those things.
Well, both of them, I'm picking on those two, but they should be able to do either one's job.
Don't give
And
me,
we should be able to use.
this
them
is
in
a
either way.
conversation for another day.
Okay, we'll go somewhere. I just was worried about that.
But we're working on those.
Figure 'em.
We're also making them more up to date in the standards of job descriptions, covering certain aspects of job descriptions to include equal opportunity, those sorts of things. So they're, educational requirements weren't in some, but should be, things like that.
Gary, maybe one way to get to where I think you're going with that is if we had something with respect to cross-training. I don't know if we have that document, but it's a common practice almost in all business. And let's just take maintenance here. If it's an acknowledged program that we want cross-training between each, that creates the expectation that we may have to step in for Ken once in a while.
They're cross-trained.
There shouldn't be that
Fully.
much difference. But
I get it, but it's not a documented expectation.
Correct. Yes. Cross-training is happening more and more. Our office is cross-trained. Brianne's working on cross-training downstairs specifically. I know Tammy's been working on cross-training like crazy. And so cross-training is more and more of a thing here in the building so that things are not halted if something happens to someone.
Good.
So moving on down to training opportunities for elected officials. So we did get an orientation package put together. That was one of our goals. We did advertise the new commissioner school. I know Karen went to that, which is great. And then
Be
obviously,
presented.
yeah. And then there's more training opportunities coming up that I've encouraged you to go to the MAC Legislative Conference in April specifically. So there's trainings that are happening that you guys are being invited to come to.
You need to anticipate this year that we're going to want to have a refresher course on OMA.
Okay.
There will be changes that come down from that.
OMA.
Is that
FOIA
something we
too.
could do for the whole community here? We've done in the past.
Been done before.
So offer the training to
We did
townships and villages. Oh,
offer
yeah.
them to come in and-
I think that would
We had it
be,
in this room, in fact.
I think that would be completely acceptable. So also add for not only for county officials, but for the neighboring jurisdictions. I would offer that we would give the FOIA to them as well, the FOIA training, because I think 88% of them are doing it wrong.
Sure of that, but it helps just to get them in here and here's some help. Here's, we can hit it. But
So it will also, I think, add to the morale thing. When they're treated that same, with that same respect and it's inclusive, I think that I'm getting to.
The total compensation survey, so we went through that at length, but we did not consider all positions. We had only considered non-union positions. And so we did look at those salaries last year, as you'll recall. We'll need to start considering it for the union position specifically as we go into collective bargaining in 2024.
last time any of that stuff was done, and I don't know how well it was done, is when Carl was here. It's been a while.
A little bit.
And they discovered that corrections officers were actually. Just one example.
So salary and compensation reviews.
Or disparities? Are you talking about disparities?
That's the disparities that we had identified specifically with the
That
chief
was another
deputies
question.
and the undersheriff.
Thank you.
What had happened there is that the difference between the chief deputy and the person that they manage was very, very small. But then the difference between the elected official and the chief deputy was huge. And so what we did was work to center that chief deputy between the two positions a bit more.
Thank you.
So identifying deferred capital needs for buildings and properties. This is ongoing and it's a battle. I can tell you that the sheriff's office has a much better plan put together than we do down here. It's been a battle and we're working through that battle. I've created a work order tracking spreadsheet that I'm going to be distributing to the maintenance coordinator as well as staff, so we can start tracking some of those things. It's
Why is this so hard? I mean, conversation for a later date. Okay.
so, it's just a matter of there is a water stain and a hole in a courtroom that nobody told me until somebody takes a picture and sends it to me on a Sunday. So
Do it in there on a Sunday.
So it's just, we need folks to take the initiative to manage these things and we don't have those folks. So we're pushing as hard as we can, but now there's other things playing into that disciplinary issues and personnel issues and, those other things that we have to work through in order to accomplish these things. We do have a lot of the major things on our capital projects list, which is great. But there's a lot of other things that we should be planning for. The HVAC units, we paid to replace the HVAC unit over DHHS because it failed. And we purchased another one for this part of the building. And then we're supposed to have a plan for how to fix the other 5. I still don't have the plan. And I've asked multiple times.
So at one point, we talked about expected life expectancy of all of the equipment that we have.
I've been asking for that plan.
Calling deaf ear.
And I don't know why it's so difficult. I mean, you catalog these bigger items, you put the date that's in service, date of next maintenance, I mean, it's really not that difficult.
So-
I've asked for that forever.
Me too. So, we're working through that. It's going to be getting better. We're also working to clean up our fixed asset programming. So we have a fixed asset program for the larger purchases like vehicles and those sorts of things. And so, Becky graciously assisted me in auditing that process, that whole soft program. Because there's a lot of things in there that should have never been in there. There was things not recorded properly and they're depreciated wrong now. And so that fixed asset program is also part of this that's being updated. And once that's fully cleaned up too, we can start keeping better track of things in that fixed asset program. But that was set up wrong to begin with. And so it left us with a whole spider web to unweave and fix before we could even add to that program as well.
I'm curious, does that, although depreciation relevant to us, does that have a depreciation schedule in it too then?
Yeah, the fixed asset system does. Yep. So you can set the lifespan, you can set everything in there, the cost, the expected lifespan, the warranties, all those things can be recorded in that fixed asset program. And then every year when the auditors are here, we run a depreciation on all of those items until they fall off.
And also on the same subject, before you were here, we had authorized a space plan needs study.
Space needs, yep, I remember.
And I'm not sure, I know that we talked about it, we paid somebody to do that for us. I don't ever remember seeing a final report.
I have that in my office. I've looked at it and I found it very obscene.
Obscene?
They said that I need an office almost 3 times the size of what I have.
Oh, okay, but I just, has anybody else seen that? And
I haven't.
you did?
I know of
heard
it.
I heard the measurements that were suggested for Mitch's office, and to me, it sounded unreasonable. So I didn't ask to see the rest of it. I thought we're doing a pretty good job addressing space needs with the 911 expansion that we're doing. That should be a goal to see that through. I don't think we're there yet on the list, but no, I never saw from Boyd and Associates.
Bryce, I'm happy to send it out. I have it digitally. If you guys just want to peruse it, I can send it out.
Sure, that would be a lot of fun.
Because there was 2 of them. There was one up there and one down here.
And I get it, that, remember, these people are just making recommendations, they're running our business, but it's a basis to understand really what's our needs 20 years from now.
Yeah.
What is it, if your community's growing as a certain percentage, and I'm gonna guess there's a formula about how many county employees you'd have based on population, that helps you understand what are my needs throughout the building. So they say your office should be twice as much, thank you very much, but we're okay there. But
yeah,
how about the rest of the building? We talked about DHHS. Well, they weren't even there for a couple of years. Could we move into that space? Those are the things that I never saw addressed.
Okay. And those are conversations that I've been having. I'll send out the space needs so you can see it. I found it to be interesting and I found some parts of it to be a little ridiculous. But there was some good points in there too about the lack of space. But honestly, at the end of the day, we have misused a lot of space in this building. There is a lot of space in this building that is horribly underutilized and we could make it better.
But that was the whole point. Some of the stuff, like in that storage room downstairs.
Yes.
Some of that could be digitized. Here's the irony, is that the whole conversation started out because the probation office didn't really have they weren't really structured properly in terms of privacy.
They still are not.
They still aren't.
Sean presented me with some ideas. I walked downstairs with Sean and we went through all of his grand ideas and I think they're wonderful and I will bring them forward. I've spoke with Jennifer Savage about condensing their space down there because they only have 3 people here a week at the most. And they have all of this space because honestly, it would make sense to move juvenile services in front of the court down there because they're working together. And I know Connie Kay and Carly would love to move down there because they're in a closet up here. But the state of Michigan still is stuck on this. Every person needs a desk, whether they're there or not. So they don't want to shrink their footprint. Even though they have 3 people there a week, they have to have a desk for everybody just in case they come back.
And it can't be shared, huh?
No, heaven forbid, no.
Well, this is all, I guess, making a very strong case to, I'd like to see that report.
Okay.
It may not be totally applicable anymore, but it should identify some opportunity. Certainly that storage room down there, they should have looked at.
Can we put review space needs as a goal?
Oh, yeah, and I have those digital already, so I can just easily set them.
So Katie, think about it. As the county grows, just think how big your office could be 20 years from now.
Plenty big. Plenty big.
One of the biggest things for probation is they requested a restroom within their
Mhm.
confines, and when their guests be in their office rather than sitting in the hallway.
That
There's
and
there's some folks that have to stop every morning to drop off certain samples. If the restroom was in probation's area, they wouldn't have to follow them down to the men's or women's bathroom. And then Joe Public walks in to use the same while he's watching somebody take a leak. I mean,
the other thing that he would like is an exit.
Sorry.
There's only one entrance exit into that office, and heaven forbid, in a security issue, he doesn't have a way out. And so we went through his plans, and they're so easy what he
Well,
wants.
I gotta tell you, we need to make that a priority for this year. We've been talking about that since
Parole and
2018.
probation.
We gotta do so, we gotta act on it, since that was the whole process behind doing a space plan.
Well, and Sean provided me prints and drawings that were
of
apparently
that
done at one
space, but
point.
some of the problem, especially putting a facility within their office.
Sure.
You have to have some place to get that water to drain out, which means you're gonna now tear up the concrete floor to either get tied into another line that's running out or run right down the center of the hallway to get it outside of the road.
And we may not be able to meet all of their requests.
Right.
But the overriding concern was privacy. That, you can hear people talking in there.
Sean indicated that if he couldn't get the bathroom, he'd still be happy, as long as he had the other exit and those sorts of things. So moving on, that really took care of the management piece. Now down to the public need piece, the bolster, update, and centralized public information. That's part of the website and the updating of the website and those sorts of things. So we're doing that. We're also, obviously have a more of an online presence now with streaming to social media and YouTube. So that's an exciting thing. We again have ARPA on there, which we've already talked about. Expected opioid dollars. We finally received money, as I noted this morning. We had a brainstorm session as staff, and I'll have that at the next meeting to talk about. We brainstormed a ton of potential items that we could spend some of those opioid dollars on. Everything from the kinship program to a body scanner for the jail, to additional TrueNarc devices, to transportation, to treatment services, all things that would be allowed to be used for opioid dollars. So that'll be coming your way.
Should we lump the opioid dollars with the marijuana money? Because we really haven't designated usage. I mean, marijuana money is just going into the general fund right now. Do we want to have discussions about should those dollars be directed a certain way, or are we just comfortable with them going to the bottom line?
You already know where I want them to go. I
Yeah.
hear that every time. And every time I think of, it's like paying your credit card and only making the minimum payment. Anyway, I'll let that go.
So opioid dollars in addition to the marijuana dollars. OPIOID.
I need more like the big one.
Mary Joanna.
MJ,
MARIJUANA.
And I don't know, should we group them together or should they be separate?
You can spell it with an
The
H as
opioid
well instead
dollars-
of a J.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
yeah.
I would not lump them together because
The-
marijuana you can spend any way you want.
Yeah, the law actually has an H instead of a J. It was written. So I wouldn't lump them together, as Gary said, is because marijuana, we can literally spend on anything we want. Opioid has a list of items we can spend it on. While it's a very wide list, it still is, we can't just spend it on whatever we want.
Do either one of those or both of those, opioid and marijuana, do preventative or?
So marijuana money can be spent on anything we'd like it to spend on. Opioid dollars, one of the allowable expenditures is education and prevention.
Okay.
And the opioid dollars will be trickling in over the course of 18 years.
Correct. And it could be more some years, it could be less, depending on the payment terms.
And the marijuana dollars, even if the sales volume dropped in Benzie County, if we remained with the same number of distribution centers, that number is probably going to continue to grow.
Yeah, it's an average over the state, not over our county.
It depends on how many dispensaries you have
Mhm.
in the community.
Yeah, you get a portion based on the number.
So that could be,
Well, here Ellen's about to get one.
I heard that they got like, might be as much as 250,000 coming this year.
Yeah, we
talked about-
budgeted
Oh, yeah,
240, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Frankfurt said no.
See, they've been fighting for years.
They just throw their own. The opioid money. Can we, if we put that into a fund interest wise, Michigan class or whatever, does the interest get used our discretion or does it have to be used? Just asking, or don't we do this?
So it's not addressed. I have not seen that addressed. And the only place I've ever seen that addressed for funding coming from someone else is the ARPA dollars. I don't know why we couldn't use it as our own funding because it's no longer part of the settlement.
I don't see any reason why, especially if we get a big chunk of money to put it in there. Could benefit the county.
Yeah, we just got it. It actually came through in 7 separate wire transfers.
Really?
Is that seven separate sources?
No. 2 sources.
I thought so.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
It will have its own designated fund that's called out in the chart of accounts. The state of Michigan just updated the chart of accounts again, so Shelley's not happy with that. I wasn't really either, and but it's okay. So it'll have its own fund, so we can track the spending in there. The next item, so one of the subcategories of the opioid dollars was a regional mental health or juvenile care facility. You've probably heard in the news that Leelanau and Grand Traverse are looking to kind of partner on that together. I haven't heard much since then. I don't know. I don't really know where they're at with that. Daycare was next. We wanted to figure out, I know that the nice girl from Thompsonville had came and presented. I haven't heard of any other daycares that have, are asking for funding, but ways to help with the daycare issue that we have here in the county and everywhere, whether it's, spots or whatever. So.
Well, what we learned from that presentation first is they left 4 areas for us to consider, and 2 of them we couldn't simply because it's going to fall outside of the guidelines. And the others were like for food. There's other sources for that monies. So there really isn't an ask at this moment.
Well, and 100 Women Who Care just gave them a large check as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Saw that on Facebook. And then the last item on there was economic development to brainstorm ways to attract and retain talent in Benzie County. The EDC right now is in a situation where they're discussing what the true mission and purpose of the EDC is going to be and how EDC is going to look in Benzie County. So perhaps that's a this year goal. After we figured out how we're moving forward with EDC, then that's a task that can be assigned to that group.
I think the very first question has to be at this level. Do we see the need for an economic development effort? And then let the EDC decide what that might look like and how they would deliver the service. But this board needs to make the decision on whether you want them to pursue it or not. And just as most of you know, the history that was originally put together for a revolving loan fund. The fund then went to Venture North. It left the EDC really kind of stripped what they might do. Then came along this issue with broadband, and that kind of gave them a reason to be. But where we're at with broadband right now is that it doesn't really take a full committee to run that process through. So they're saying, well, what are we doing? And I admire that because this is a talented group of people you have that have committed their time to the EDC. But they're saying, look, if you don't have something for me to do, I'll go do something else. I have my own feelings about economic development and the role that it plays in a community. But as I asked last month, I'm keenly interested in this group.
And the economic development is focusing basically on broadband right now?
That was the direction they were given from the commissioners. So that's what they've been working on almost exclusively.
Okay, because I did put down just some ideas for retaining talent. I said, does that include like Benzie as a rural county incubator and, you know, having them draw people in, consultants, different ag approaches. And I don't know if this is right sort of thing that you're looking for, you know, alternative ag approaches, since we have so much rural and agriculture here, tourism and seniors.
Typically,
Seniors.
typically an EDC will not tackle agriculture.
Okay,
Because like here in our community, we already fund MSU Extension,
okay,
which is working with the ag community.
okay.
Unless you started qualified under agribusiness, like the wineries and stuff like
Well,
that. That's a different issue.
And that's more what I was thinking, you know, like biochar industries or different things where they're recycling and using carbon. And I mean, there's a big need for that product. And we have a lot of it that we use, that we have as through building or forestry or agriculture, farming stuff. And that waste actually is in demand for other industries such as farmers themselves, the wine industry. I know some people in the wine industry up in TC area, they're going to Wisconsin to get this, whatever biochar is. It's carbon based and burnt. I'm not even sure what it is exactly, but that's what I was thinking, is some kind of ag that's business of things that we already have.
Well, certainly byproducts is what you're referring to. It's kind of a byproduct of something else someone's doing.
Right, but it becomes a fuel or a usable entity.
I understood exactly what you're saying.
Okay. But I didn't know if that's appropriate for that, because this is something, from what I understand, talking to a few farmers, and I'd love to talk more to you guys who, know this. Seems like helping that type of business would really help. That's economic development.
And we clearly can document for this group what a financial value, dollar value comes back to your community from an effective EDC. But I'm curious, others, you've been kind of detached from economic development. We deal with the day-to-day business of the county, and we deal with some forward-thinking things, but rarely about economic development. And I'm just wondering, again, you sit on the committee. I'd be interested in your thoughts at this point.
I'm excited about the conversation, the next meeting. I was listening. I was at the last meeting, but I did not contribute. But I think my perspective is, when there's different things that we talk about as far as economic development. I heard you reference yesterday retention visits. I have said from day one that I don't think that's the county role. I think that is ultimately a chamber role. If we had a vibrant chamber who had business membership and was looking to recruit more, how's your business doing? What do that I'm not sure that's a county role or our job to use taxpayer dollars to go ask businesses what their needs are. I mean, there's Networks Northwest, there are a lot of entities that do that kind of supportive work. So I'm not sure that I'm on board with that. Do I think that the county should be involved with infrastructure and making sure that we are business ready for people? Absolutely. I think that the broadband, the sewer, the water and different areas, I think that's something the county should be on board with. I think that the business park that's being discussed is a fantastic idea. I don't know if an EDC is that necessary to facilitate that, or the conversation has also been, do you have a person who's thinking about economic development all the time? I mean, I have on my list of goals the conversation about, it sounds like an IT person, an EDC person, a Parks and Rec person, all these things are gonna be topics of conversation. So if we did have that person doing that, should they report to the full board about what they find? Do we need a committee? We shouldn't have committees just to have committees. But the county, I mean, like, Katie and I have talked about this. Economic development has to be a component of the county. What that looks like, I'm just not sure yet.
If this group were to say, yes, we want to explore the role of a healthy EDC, very first thing that I'd like to do is bring in someone from the MEDC that can talk about rural communities and what is their economic development efforts look. And I think that'd be a good starting point for us.
Well, I'm watching communities get on board with the redevelopment ready committees program. And this is a long, long, long process. I have yet to see a check written to a community because they're on board with the program. Now, is it valuable? Yeah, I think it's a really valuable program because it guides smaller entities into how to do best practices and be ready for that development when it comes. So I don't know. I would have to see what the MEDC had to say if they could be a good partner in moving that forward.
And I think that we'd also have in that conversation, where does economic development better fit in our community? There's a lot of communities, you've heard me say, it's driven mostly by the private sector, funded in part by the community.
I would be
fact,
more interested, you and
conversation-
I sit on this board. I would be more interested in hearing what you guys think
Thank you.
about economic development.
And that's what a lot of counties are going towards is they're partnering with a nonprofit. Grand Traverse County actually partners with Seeds and Seeds oversees their economic development.
Tourism. We thrive on tourism, but we're also, as far as I'm concerned, a four-season county. I mean, Benzie County has a lot of stuff to offer. It's the best place to live and raise a family, as far as I'm concerned. It really is. We have everything. We just need to find out how to exploit it maybe and make more money off it. We're pretty good at it right now. I mean, the resort industry in this region is huge. It really is.
But we need to be more than resort oriented. You want those year-round, decent paying jobs.
I didn't mean summer resort. I meant Crystal Mountain Resort. All of those other entities that make annual tourism effective and profitable. We just need to find out how we get our hand in there to reel some of the profits.
I did like what you said yesterday about not, I'm not sure how you put it exactly, but it was something like, if you build it, they will come, or you can say it better than I can, but that made a lot of sense.
I have been a proponent for many, many years that this community needs to invest in, I'll call it a business park. But once you get that groundwork laid, once you bring the infrastructure into it, and then you put up your first spec building, I'm guaranteeing you, those people that are thinking about moving here, they can visualize it. They know they can make a move in 6 months, but you've got to position, you got to be project ready for these people.
Mhm.
And balance, protecting what we're known.
I would say the balance is real important, and we got to be careful, well, how fast do we grow the county? Then we might start ruining what makes the county so great, right?
And I think you need to balance that, but an example, where we missed the boat, like, let's just take production industries, whether we could have made a difference or not. They had to leave the community because they needed more room. You know, what role should we have played in order to accommodate what their needs are to keep them in the, I know it's outside of our community, but Cope, Tool and Die, which is just on the other side of the line, years ago had to move up to Traverse City at Chum's Corners. They've tripled their workforce since they moved up there.
Some of that is the arteries that lead in and out of those towns. I mean, there's no railroad, which is pretty much dysfunctional anymore, but I always got to bring that up for Roger Greiner and the boating industry. But main arteries, I mean, trucking is huge, and just if you got to come out of the center of the state over to Frankfurt, it's only 35 miles, but still that's 70, and 31 might run down to Lakeshore, but how many different towns and not very many cities, but you can't haul a semi to try to make any time down there. It's just not profitable. So, I mean, and not that long ago, there was a group out of Grand Traverse County that was trying to put an entity together and bring back railroads so they could have like, Eastwood Custom Homes does it, palletized houses. So they make the walls, and they make everything in one spot and ship it up, and then you go from there. So they were trying to get that, and at one point they wanted to buy Camp Pugsley. That didn't work, but still, that's because there's a main artery there. And like I said, just because Camp Pugsley is now 50, 60 miles, but still, that's a lot of money. That's why, I mean, the industry, UP has iron ore and stuff like that, but it's so far away to get the product out that it doesn't make it affordable.
And I don't know that what those answers are. That's what I'd like the EDC board to explore, but you know, what we want is clean industry. People think of manufacturing as being dirty.
Oh, yeah.
It's really not. And our economy is built on manufacturing. Those are where the best jobs are. But
So what
just to use
industries
your
are you
example-
talking about, Art?
Pardon me?
What industries are you talking about?
People, let's say, a company that makes small component parts for, I don't know.
Plastic mold injection, maybe?
Something like that, although that takes an enormous amount of electricity, but yeah, things that we haven't thought about yet that may be available coming down the pipe. Bob, just taking what you said for a moment, just throwing it against the wall. You know, are we centrally located enough to be a transfer terminal for trucks? I don't know, but it's a clean industry, employs, you know, good wages. But that's the kind of thing that I would expect the EDC to be exploring.
We look at shipping a little bit more. We used to have a very active shipping in and out of Frankfurt. I mean, is that something that Frankfurt's interested in doing? I don't know.
I have my concerns about Graceland. You know, they've now contracted with a group over in Wisconsin for processing. You know, their management group is no longer local, folks. Their CEO comes out of Ohio, and he shows up here about once a month. And it wouldn't take much for them to say, you know, maybe we should move, and boom, they're gone.
But their product is here. That's the biggest thing.
No, they buy their product all over the world. They aren't just doing it here.
Yeah.
Now they're having it shipped into those trucks going in there. Those aren't loading up necessarily. That's unloading.
Oh, okay.
Evan, you haven't said much about this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's because I partially agree with you, Art, and it's hard for me to say that.
I know it hurts.
No,
Could you say that one more time?
No.
Get a little closer to the
I
mic.
think we should have, like you said, something ready for businesses to come in, you know? And whether that's through the EDC, I don't know. That's more your wheelhouse than mine, but we need growth. And how do we get there? How do we make growth happen? I don't think, to Tim's concern, that we'll ever have so much growth that it's going to ruin what Benzie County stands for. I don't think that could ever happen, right?
Look at
So why
50
don't
years
we
from now.
try? It won't happen.
It can happen in a heart. Government's job is to supply opportunities, not
Right.
to pick winners and losers, and get very nervous when we start picking winners and losers. And here with ARPA and that kind of stuff, we need to supply opportunities, and we need to, you want people to come to this community, there's a point of saturation. We're gonna hit it some. Tim said, it was 10, 20 years. I can show you where I used to live as a kid. And we were two houses on the whole thing. Wasn't for the party line. We wouldn't have anybody to talk to. I'm just saying, things have changed in 60-some years.
Well, things changed a lot since I moved up here in '06.
What do you think the population growth has been since 2000?
I don't think our population has grown that much. It's the summer stuff and they're coming up here buying seasonal homes, and they're doing the short-term rentals and all that stuff. They're not gonna hang around here forever, but they are gonna build and have a second home, which I guess is beneficial to a certain point, but you want the farmlands and you want the open space. You gotta
But those things aren't gonna change, right? So why don't we do
Yes, they
something
are
to
gonna change
benefit?
because of the value of property and stuff.
Mhm.
You saw it, you watch it.
I mean, the people in Traverse City always complain, right? We can't build these 60-story buildings. We can't do this, we can't do that. Well, then people aren't gonna come. I mean, it's too late for Traverse City. It's a big city, so let's do it right. Let's build some highway, you know what I mean? So let's.
They never planned for Traverse City. They just did it.
But you can manage that growth that you're looking for. I believe the population growth in the time period I'm talking about, we were a little under 15,000. And now we're over 17,000. It hasn't been huge gains. You know, like I've always said, 10% of nothing is still nothing. But there's going to be growth there, and there needs to be. You're either growing or dying. It's a matter of how do we manage it, and that's our role.
Yeah, managing the
How
growth.
do we manage that? You know, so someone comes in, I hear what you say about losers, picking winners and losers. But quite frankly, if someone came to an EDC and I'm sitting on that board, they say, you know what, I can bring 200 jobs in and we're basically smokestack building. I say, you know, thank you for consideration, but we really aren't interested. Someone comes in and says, I can give you 200 jobs and they're clean jobs. Well, sure, I'm going to think about that. But we get to manage that. And if you don't have an organization that's managing it, then it just happens.
Our population in 1990 was 12,000 and now we're at 17,569.
In 1990.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was going from 2000.
35 years, it's gone up. What did she say?
Oh, yeah, 25 years.
That's what, about 40% growth, typically?
43,
That's 43 what?
43% growth.
I got another 43. Just saying.
In
'Cause it's
25
not
years.
it's not
That's what I'm talking about.
incrementally gonna go higher,
We'll be dead.
I would think.
I will not. You will be, but I won't.
A goal related to that?
So I'm hearing an importance of economic development. We see an importance in economic development, but it's what is our role in economic development? Manage or oversee.
Well, you know, I think that's a question you can put back to the EDC board. Again, I don't want to oversell it, but this is a talented group of people we have. Almost all of them have sat on another EDC board before.
Mhm.
They got something to compare it to. And tell them, look at the Board of Commissioners, just like we wanted you to explore broadband. Board of Commissioners would like you to explore what are the opportunities for an effective EDC? What should it look like? What should they be doing?
At the end of the day, I don't think you can we wouldn't be where we are with broadband without the EDC committee and the work that they did. That's going to carry them a long way in my book. And so continue that work and then to keep drilling down on what's also important, what other infrastructure is also important. I don't like the picking winners and losers like Gary talks about as far as the business retention, but we can keep working on the infrastructure. And we know the housing can't happen, the daycares can't happen. A lot of this stuff can't happen without the infrastructure. So if the EDC could decide to maybe commit to that as a foundation, I'm looking at options there. I don't know. These are, again, I'm excited about the conversation at the next meeting where that's going to go. I'm not decided in my mind whether it's, I know we're not there yet.
Sure. Someday I hope I can convince you that retention visits to the right people are the right, that's for a different subject.
And
So
they may
we're,
be the right thing to do. I'm just not sure what entity should be doing them.
sure. Yeah, where should it be housed? So what I heard is the marching orders are, go back to the EDC, tell them, yes, we are supportive of economic development. What should that look like in our community? And make that a broad stroke. Yeah, what's our role?
What?
The population of Traverse City jumped during that period of time.
Hey, I don't
Because
think-
they have such an awesome police force
Because it's-
here. They
so-
want to
oh.
be there. They feel safe.
Good job.
Work with those one-liners.
Well, I think we've accomplished getting through our list of our goals from last year. I think probably the next task at the next committee of the whole, if everybody wants to look at the strategic plan would we agree that that needs to be reviewed and updated and perhaps?
What I hear you saying, ma'am, is you're looking for a motion to adjourn.
In a minute.
Public comment.
Sorry.
I want to get Katie's thoughts on that. Do you agree that that's the right direction?
Yeah. We'll take what we did today. We'll try to, we'll plug it into the existing EDs or the strategic plan, where it can plug in, because a lot of these things I think can plug into here. And then we'll start diving into that document and adjusting that document appropriately.
That's something we can do, because the last time we redid the whole strategic plan, we had somebody help us. That's something we can do on our own now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The basis is there. We just need to amend it and mold it and make it fit our vision. And so, but the basics are there.
Real value of having a third party really is twofold. Someone to document it and somebody to lead the conversation. I don't think any of us are going to be shy about our thoughts.
Did anybody have anything on their goal list that they didn't see reflected on that board?
That's our documenter.
Wanted to ask one question.
She's a good scribe.
Vanna, is that what you said?
Did we not ask to do a kind of a countywide purchasing?
Policy?
Central, yeah, policy. Do we have that? Because
Yeah.
I know in the past, everybody does their own thing.
Yeah, you guys approved a purchasing policy a few months ago.
Did the elected sign on board?
They all reviewed it and said it looked good.
Okay.
And it is being followed. That upped. So it used to be that they had to come to the board, I think for like $1,000 or $1,900 or some crazy low number. Now there's a process in place for department head. And then if it's over like $29,999, they have to come to the board or to the admin office. And then if it's over that, then the admin takes it to the board.
But go ahead, Gary.
I was always thinking you'd have one central place purchase thing, everything. Tammy would bring in what she wanted, the treasurer would bring in what she would.
Are you
and-
talking like everything like pens and paper?
Yeah, instead of before we were going to 30 different vendors and everybody, well, I like this pen and I
Oh,
like the one with the eraser on it.
I do.
But I tell you what you can do though.
Just to
And
save
each
some money.
department can still do their own ordering, so you're doing
That's
what
what
I
we're
call
doing.
real time.
Okay.
This is just one example. But like you have an account at Staples,
Yes,
every department has their own a control number there.
we have that.
But you do have that. So you get the purchasing power of everybody together, but people are still making their own decisions.
Yes, so we have an Amazon account and various departments have a login to the Benzie County Amazon account. A lot of folks use Jack Pine and Office Depot. What?
Need that login. number.
Right?
No, you don't.
Yeah. So we have that where we have, like shared login accounts. Technology purchases, like for computers specifically, come to our office. Unless we're gonna hire somebody to manage purchases, I don't want to take on ordering everybody's paper and pencils. That's a little
No,
ridiculous.
but if you have a consistent policy, we're saving.
We have a
money, so.
purchasing policy specifically, and then we have a pretty good group of vendors of who we use. We really don't go, unless it's something large that has to be bid and proposed. We really have a core group. Jack Pine, Amazon, and Office Depot are about the only three we really use. And we have that all centralized together. Yes.
And they recognize our purchasing power as a group, not individual departments.
Yep. So they're set up to all be tax exempt and invoice and yeah. Yep. We use that stuff. And when we approve accounts payable, I'm always looking, for instance, we ordered a pallet of paper and it went up a couple $100. So I said, hey, you need to be shopping around. And, so yeah.
Thank you. Now you can do it, Bob.
No, you can't. We might have public comment.
Yeah, okay. I had a couple more things, but I think we're at the end of our attention span today.
That is the one.
Well, they'll do it now. They won't have to remember it for a while.
No, I just, okay, so public safety. I mean, I don't know if the tower should be a goal. I mean, we've talked to Senator Bumstead, we've talked to John Ross' office. We all know that, I feel like this tower has to be on the radar if we're gonna accomplish it. It has to be a goal. to get that. Rebecca has told us.
I met with Motorola a week and a half ago. I sat down with the representatives from Motorola as well and talked to them about lease options and all these different things. I connected with Senator Bumstead yesterday. He said that he's having some pushback from DTMB on some of this stuff. So we're
What's
working
that
on
acronym
that.
mean?
Yeah, I'm just saying, if it's not
DTMB.
on the goals, to.
What does it mean?
Oh, Department of Technology Management and Budget.
Thank you.
Sorry. I think having it, yes, as a goal or a task of something is appropriate. But we're talking about it. Motorola, they're very flexible in their leasing, which hasn't been presented in the past, where we can say, hey, we need a 20-year lease on this, and they will let us make payments for 20 years. And so those options weren't addressed before. And so we're looking at some of those alternative options.
This is a multifaceted need that we
Yes.
have in our community. And I just think if we don't add it to the goals list, sometimes things get lost.
I agree.
It probably won't, but that's one thing.
So-
The other thing
Rhonda, can I comment on it though? So the goal really, as I heard you say it, is countywide communication. The task is specifically, one task is the tower.
I had it, public safety improvement.
So
Same, okay.
Katie, if we do lease it, so I don't forget, we need to then charge a fee to the state of Michigan when
Yeah.
Michigan State Police comes in and uses our tower.
That, and we need to charge a fee to all those other people too that want to use it, like cell phones.
Exactly right.
So another thing I had on my list was our fund balance. We made it as a group, we made a policy of 25%, and I think we're above that. And so I think that a goal should be, whether we're above our policy or below it, we adjust according to that. We either provide more services or or we cut back on things we're offering. But if we made I think it wasn't a minimum, it was, here's where we want to be. And if we're sitting on a fund balance that's higher than that, then we're not utilizing the taxpayer dollars to the degree that we could be. We should not be sitting on a fund higher than we said we would have. So to me, that's a goal that we should be thinking about. And then
Yes.
does that mean, more employees that we need, whether it be IT or the park and rec or the economic development person? I don't know. And, we all get a little nervous because, well, what if that fund balance isn't as high next year? You got to be able to sustain
It's
it,
a
right?
Snapshot in time.
It's a snapshot in time. It's always about sustainability. But we've been above where we said we wanted to be for some time now. So I think it's worth talking about.
I agree. You either have to have a reason for that money, or we need to find a way to give it back to the community.
Right.
There you go.
Exactly.
Well, and the other thing to keep in mind is we're working on the expansion to the lower level of the sheriff's office that we're gonna have to think about funding for. We have the
public
tower,
safety,
we have to
there's
think
all these
about
things.
funding for, and then any capital projects that don't get included in ARPA. I mean, we're trying to take care of some that have been on the list for a few years now, but more are gonna continue to come. And so we need to be a little more reasonable in our budgeting planning for capital needs than we have been in the past. We haven't really tracked those items in the past. They've been typically shots in the dark, but once we get a better management process and on those capital items, we may end up needing more funds and then our fund balance isn't growing every year.
I don't know what you folks find, but when I've asked the townships about their fund balance, which I do a couple times a year, I mean, I'm hearing 3 times what their annual need is, 2 times what their annual need is. And because they'll joke with me a little bit saying, oh, you got 30% fund balance. Yeah, but you got 300%. So it's amazing how some of those fund balances out.
Antrim County's over 100%.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we just change the policy.
They're building a new like jail though now.
Better
So
question.
Well, that's
I don't know.
exactly what my township, they have projects that they're thinking about in the future capital improvement plans. So their fund balance right now is really flush. I mean, they have a lot, but those monies are gonna be gone in about 4 years.
Well, and
that's
with
where
the
you get the
school.
committed, the uncommitted.
Right.
You have
need to
different
commit
fund
those
balances.
Funds to something.
Yes.
That's where I have an issue.
Yeah.
When you're talking, I better shut up.
So if you look at like, for instance, the road
Yeah.
commission's audit, the road commission looks like they have this huge fund balance. But then when you get down to the nitty gritty of it, there's committed and uncommitted and all the things. And so while it looks like they have a huge fund balance, their actual expendable cash, their fund balance is much smaller.
Well, they haven't committed them yet, but they're planning on it.
Yeah, so they should, on paper, they should commit them
Well,
technically.
they're working on that right now.
Okay.
That's why it's not uncommon to have a general ledger account where you carve out part of your surplus, you put it in that capital account so that when people say, what's your surplus? Well, my surplus is 27% and I got another X for capital needs.
And maybe that's exactly what we need to do, is take that and allocate it to the capital improvement fund for, the projects that we've designated for years out.
That's why we need to have replacement policy on it.
Well,
I
and
feel like we just circled back. to the
we
beginning.
budgeted like 400,000 in capital. We still have a couple 100,000 in fund balance of capital. So the how Shelley has our funds all set up is we have multiple fund balances. The only fund balance that's being presented to you is the general fund balance. There's a capital fund balance. There's a dispatch. There's all fund balances.
That DHHS mystery fund.
There's that.
The thing you need to be guarded against is what they'll refer to as budget creep. Meaning that you just realize without even thinking about it consciously, now your operating budget is X amount more. You got to avoid that. You got to say, what can I afford?
Right.
It's one thing to say that these are one-time expenses.
Right.
It's another thing, like, let's just say we hired someone for Parks and Rec as an example. No, we have to know, is that really sustainable?
Exactly.
Right.
All right, anybody have anything else? Good.
There's
Not
public
open
here
the
now.
Last public comment.
I'm
I'm always bringing it up.
Somebody is watching us.
That's scary.
Actually, I think there's a few people watching. Let's see.
Jeanette moves for adjournment.
Support.
There was 9 people watching right now.
Wow. Oh.
Bob, okay.
You mute us.